like racing 10-speed type bikes, like for $10,000. Sure, shit, you could do it with a sextant. But it'd be good to do that on board a ship. So I don't know. Long for that day. I never thought I'd say it that I miss sailing because I was around boats so long, and it's been such a long time ago. I forget. But I see the boats down by the harbor all the time, and I'm like drooling at the boats. I'm like, shit, I'd love to be out there sailing, man. It'd be so fucking fun. Throw a line out, cast a line out, do some just troll fishing, just cruising along. Till the wind picks up. You guys let me talk for a long time. That's amazing. What's happened? Did we lose the crowd there all of a sudden? Did you guys hold on? I'm having my coffee. Drink some coffee if you have to, because you guys are awful sleepy. It's still early, gentlemen.
I ain't sleepy. What you talking about?
Okay, good. I had a whole rash of projects I was doing, and then I finished all of them. So what I was doing was making these leather projects. They're like wallets, a couple different kinds, biker wallet, a threefold wallet, a diary or a little booklet cover. It's all in leather, like it's nice stuff. Hold on a second. What is today? Friday? Hmm. So, 6. 45. That's too late to be out. 6:15 p.m.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Etair Part 2.
We got Itair, who's another strong astrophysicist, I believe, right?
I am, in fact, an astrophysicist, yes.
Accomplished. Yes,
What
I
are
remember
your
you,
thoughts
right?
on
So
Neil
we
deGrasse
got a
Tyson
strong-
then?
What are my thoughts on Neil deGrasse Tyson? I don't like him very
Yeah.
much personally.
That's fair. So you're an astrophysicist,
I am, yes.
and I'm sure you've heard of Miggy's 3 points before.
I certainly have.
So what do you say about the third point?
Which one was that?
How can we have the vacuum of space adjacent to our pressurized air, our pressurized atmosphere, without a container?
Well, I don't think anyone's claiming that there is a sharp divide between a pressurized environment and a vacuum environment. There is a smooth gradient between pressure and vacuum.
Okay, so what is separating the vacuum of space from that smooth gradient?
Well, where do you define the vacuum of space to be? It's not separated from the gradient at any point, it's just one end of it.
Oh, so how is our air not being completely sucked out by the vacuum of space? I don't get it.
Well, of course, you would know that the answer is that it's held down by gravity. Whether or not you believe in it, don't pretend you don't at least know that that's my answer, right? Come on.
I mean, you can take any type of gas particles in a vacuum chamber, and they still disperse in all directions. So where's the gravity in that aspect?
Well, if I took one gas that was denser than another gas and I put them in a chamber, the denser gas would settle to the bottom, right?
No.
Really? Now you can see this. It's demonstratable.
Yeah, but it's still not saying why. It's still dispersing throughout the chamber, no matter what kind of gas it is. It still goes in all directions.
But it'll do it underneath the lighter gas.
Okay, so you have the vacuum of space adjacent to the gradient, and you being an astrophysicist, could you please tell me what is the last layer, if you will, of atmosphere before you do hit the vacuum of space? Do you know what it's called? I don't know what it's called.
It's not discontinuous, right? It's just a smooth transition.
It's a smooth transition?
Using our imagination, yep. I can see that.
Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, as we all know, the vacuum of space is not a perfect vacuum, right? Sea level is not infinitely dense, but you have some density that is a gradient to some lower density space.
I think it's not more. It's not like we know. It's more like we believe. I get it.
Whatever terminology you'd like to use, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but if
so we believe.
If I'm a student,
okay.
Let's say you're a professor, right? And I'm a student.
I am not a professor, but sure.
Okay, well, you got a master's in astrophysics, so let's just say I'm a kid who's curious. Which
All right.
I am. I am curious. Where do you see an example of differentials in pressure and the smooth gradient that you're, claiming? Where else do we see that in nature? I mean, you have to have like a container for gas pressure. Like I just don't get that.
If you'd like to demonstrate it on a small scale here, a container is certainly helpful, but we see it in nature when we look at all the other planets.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know that these are the discussions, right? You guys don't bias what I say, blah, blah, blah. We've been over this, right? It's not exactly like new ground.
Yeah.
No one is
so
saying
we
anything
believe
that's
that
surprising
there's
anyone
other
else, right?
Yeah, we
I think-
believe that there's other planets, or
I do. I think I've
Hold on, wait,
seen
God Rocking,
evidence.
what'd you say? I heard you say something.
I was trying to say something.
Yeah.
I was
Go ahead,
going to
Rock.
say that I think they tried to explain it. I've heard it explained like this, that once it gets up there, that it's so thin that the last gradient does migrate off into the vacuum of space. But it does so at basically the same rate that all the new gas is produced at ground level. So it's sort of a system that maintains itself. The gas is produced at ground level. It migrates up. It gets thinner and thinner and thinner. And then when it gets to the top, it is migrating into space, but basically at the same rate that it is produced at the ground level. That's why it stays the way it is. I've heard it explained that way. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know if it's true. I have heard that explanation.
Well, that brings up a good question then. You said we all know space is not a complete vacuum, right? What is it?
Partial vacuum? Some stuff there.
I know, but what does that mean? I really don't know.
Well, if a perfect vacuum there's nothing there, right? No molecules. Space is not a perfect vacuum. There are some things out there. Hydrogen nuclei mostly, particles. It's certainly quite good. It's close to a perfect vacuum, but it is not.
Close to
I think they try
How do I
to
learn that for myself, bro? Like, how do I know that? How do I look? Is there something how do I teach myself that? How do I learn that?
You got to spend.
That's fair. Some things are very challenging, if not impossible, to determine experimentally by yourself. That's true, and that does not mean necessarily that is not correct, right? Something could be very difficult to determine or understand and still be true, right? Just fundamentally, that's philosophically possible, right? It's not an argument against something being true or false just because it's hard to discover.
Well, what he's trying to say, Paul, is that we actually
Yeah, I know what he's
believe
trying
in
to
that.
say.
Yeah,
I know
we
what he's
believe
trying
in
to
that.
say.
I used to believe in that too. Yeah, but I get it. Yeah.
And yeah, he knows what I'm going to say anyway, so it's boring.
We could go over it a little bit if you want, but yeah.
To be honest, I want to go over it just because I want to actually hear it from someone with a master's degree in astrophysics, because it will see if there's any difference in argument. Which I've seen clips and stuff when I haven't seen really any differences, but it's one thing listening to a video, it's another thing experience it firsthand. So definitely want to pick your brain.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Godrock, and you seem like you want to say something.
I was finished. I just said what I said. That
I do have to go to bed pretty soon here, but I'm happy to stay on for a little bit longer. Yeah, talk about some stuff.
Okay.
Good.
Do you know exactly how they got the measurement of Earth spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator?
Well, if you measure the radius of the Earth, however you'd like to go about doing that, know how long a day is, and there you go, right?
No, I'm saying, has anyone ever done that? Where did that number come from?
Like I said, if you know the radius and you know how long a day is, it's just geometry.
So it's 1,000 miles per hour according to nobody?
So if you know the radius and you know how long a day is,
You
then
don't
it's
know
just
the radius,
geometry.
though.
You measured the radius then.
Good
All right.
job
Well,
there,
how about this?
Astro.
We're gonna apply the same math. The radius, 3959. Drop over distance to find the curvature, 8 inches per mile square. Let's take the same math and try to find the curvature.
Jesus, Stosthenes.
No, in all
Why does
honesty,
light
it's weird.
travel
Go ahead.
so far from a star? Do you say we can see the star and therefore it has this luminosity, therefore we know how far away it is? Or how do you?
That's actually a really good question. Yeah. No, that's a totally fair question. One of the hardest things to do in astronomy is to determine how far away something is. It's quite challenging. If you look at a star and you don't know anything about it, then obviously you do not know if it's close or far, right?
Right. So what are the assumptions that you you start with some assumptions, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
What are those?
Well, let me just ask you, are you actually asking, or do you want to chase this down to cosmic distances are all based on the radius of the Earth? If you want to just go to that, we can just skip to that part. And
Wait.
No, let's go inverse square law. Let's
Yeah, that's
Focus
what I
on
was
the inverse
thinking.
square law.
Inverse
Like
square
how far
law.
light's
Yeah.
traveling.
Okay, what about it?
Let's hit that.
Huh?
How do you find the distance of a star? What's the methodology you would use to get it?
Well, obviously it depends on the star and the situation, but the simplest way would be parallax.
Okay.
Parallax based on the movement of the Earth?
That's right. So you look at the same star 6 months apart, see how it moves compared to background of much farther away stars.
Okay, so how do you determine how far the light should travel then, using the inverse square law? Because that's what I'm more interested in. Like,
Well, the inverse square law does not
How
tell
does
you
the
how
light-
far light should travel. Uh-huh.
it tells you how bright it should be.
Right, it
Based on
tells
how
you
far
how
it
much
is, right?
how much that light should attenuate, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it should
But
decrease. Right?
the inverse square law has nothing to do with a parallax measurement. They're unrelated.
So
Okay,
what if you
parallax.
found out the star was too far for the light to get here? What would you say about the star?
Too far for the light to get here. What do you mean by that?
Or the parallax? Well, there has to be a max distance the starlight could travel, right? Or is it just infinite amount?
Not
It could
really,
just travel
no.
infinitely.
Yeah, go forever. The
Okay.
photon is self-propagating, so obviously, it can get
Light
absorbed
goes
by
forever?
dust or scattered, but yeah, absent anything else, light goes forever, as far as we can tell.
Right. Or multiple trillions of miles of distance.
It's pretty crazy how we can see with the naked eye.
All right.
Something that's a trillion miles or more away. I don't get that.
Well,
So
very bright.
one light year is over 5 trillion miles. One
Crazy.
light year.
That's
It is kind of crazy. Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
oh, okay. I do have a question. Sir. Can you explain with the whole star, well, the whole Earth position with the sun, right? So we will be 6 months on one side of the sun, right? We would see one sky, right?
Right.
And then on like the other 6 months, we will see the other, like a different sky. But how come we see the same sky if we're on the other side of the sun?
There's quite a bit of overlap.
What's the explanation for that?
Well, I mean, are you asking how you would make a parallax measurement if you're looking at different stars 6 months
No,
apart?
it's not a measurement. It's like what we see in the sky. Like let's say like okay, so, from like 6 months we see one, whatever star up there, and then the other 6 months we would expect to see different stars. But how come we see the same star? So what's the explanation?
Well, we
for
don't
that?
see the same star all years around. It's not true, right? Watch the stars for a year; they change quite dramatically over that time.
In what way?
Some stars go away and new stars come up. Then a year later, you have the same stars again.
Okay.
Well, I seen the time lapse. The stars like they go around and come back to the same spot. They go around and come back to the same spot.
Yeah,
So,
but that's a time lapse over one night, right?
Hey, Beasticle,
Mhm.
do you, when you go outside, you still see the same star, bro? The same, whatever you were talking about, the same
Mhm.
star? Yeah, there you go. He done observations, so I'm just curious. I don't know.
Now,
I don't know
Grant-
shit. But
Granted, this is all naked eye observations that I've done. So, I will have to get the measurements and actually have, solid measurements every day for
You can
me to
smell it
provide
coming
that
through the
argument. But anecdotally speaking, speculatively speaking, where I'm located in Las Vegas, Nevada, on my stairs in my apartments, I wanted to test this for myself in terms of just to speculate and see what the hell is going on.
Outer space.
Because I have seen time lapses of people having long exposure cameras, face towards the Polaris, the North Star, and you see perfect concentric circles with these exposure, exposure on.
I've taken those pictures myself.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So I
Pretty
wanted
cool,
to
yeah.
test and see if that was the case for myself. So
Yeah,
Every night
I've done it myself. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So Okay, so but for me, every night I would sit on my stairs and I would get off work at around 9:30, 10ish. And I always noticed that the Orion's belt was right overhead. So then I made a conscious decision at 10:30 every night, basically, to look up and see if Orion's belt is in the same position for 6 months straight. Now, the reason why I did it for 6 months straight is just because, you know, it wasn't no actual reason why I did 6 months. It's just how long I looked at it until I was convinced that yeah, it's in the same spot every night. And what didn't add up for me personally is the fact that you have all these different movements that the Earth and the Sun is making, and I just didn't quite. It just doesn't make sense from what we experience, what we see. Like, how can we be spinning 1,000 miles per hour while also orbiting around the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour, while the Sun is also going towards the center of the galaxy, or the Milky Way, at 667,000 miles per hour? So those movements,
I'm
those
not
parallaxes.
sure exactly what the question is, but there's a couple answers to that. So sort of in order, you can imagine a situation pretty easily in which case you would see like a certain star at a certain place the whole year around, right? If you're standing like, you know, near the North Pole or something, you look up, right? You would not expect that, like in the sort of globe model, right? You would not expect that star to change. So it's certainly possible for something to remain very, very static over those time periods. But also, in the sort of incredulity with these large numbers, obviously the answer is that, you know, they're small compared to the distances, but also the stars in Orion, for example, right? This big number moving around the galaxy, they're going with us, right? We're going the same way. Everything's
Going with
orbiting
us?
the center of the Milky Way. Yeah. So their relative velocity is not high going around the Milky Way compared to like with us. It's not a particularly big difference. You imagine things like orbiting a whirlpool, right? If you're right next to something else, yeah, you're both moving pretty fast, but you're not, you know, departing from each other particularly quickly.
So you're saying that all these stars that we are able to see with the naked eye, some of them, which are light years away, are actually orbiting with us in the galaxy?
Essentially, every naked eye star is quite close relative to the size of the galaxy. So essentially, yes. I mean, you're not able to see things super far away with your naked eyes. It's not possible.
Yet it's perfect concentric circles around
Well,
Polaris.
the concentric circles
specifically.
are caused by the rotation of the Earth, nothing to do with any other motion.
Well, that's what I'm confused about. How come Polaris
Mhm.
is perfectly centered around the North Pole? Around, you know.
Well, it's actually
I
not perfect, but
You get my point, though. It's like that's where the axis of spin is according to the globe model. So how does that? I just don't understand.
I'm not sure
how...
I get your point. Actually, I mean, not trying to be like facetious. Like, what's
No,
the actual
you're good.
question?
You're good.
What's the actual question here?
The question is, how do we see perfect concentric circles year in, year out, with all these different movements that
Because
we
all of those movements
supposed
are
to,
very small compared to the distances involved.
Okay.
I mean, which sounds a little, you know, facetious,
Convenient.
but it's true, right?
Sounds a
Well,
little convenient. Yeah.
convenient, I suppose, is one way to look at it.
Yeah.
It's just the way things are.
The reason why it doesn't move is because the stars are so far away that we can't notice a change, yet you can still measure the distances from them. That doesn't make sense.
But that's not like an argument, right? Incredulity is not an argument. Why does that not make sense?
Because how can you be so sure of one measurement and then not be sure of a different one? I just don't
But what
understand.
measurement are we not sure about?
So you're saying, like, you're so sure, certain about these distances that these stars are away from the planet, right?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Pretty sure, right?
Got a good number of decimal places on there at this point, yeah.
Okay, so knowing that and comparing that to what we experienced here on Earth,
Mm-hmm.
how do you not find the incredulity of that? I just don't understand.
I
just
suppose that's
don't
the
get it.
personal thing. If you're like, that number is too big for me, I don't buy it. Okay, fair enough. I don't really see an argument in that, right? Why is that number too big? Why do the numbers of the universe have any obligation to be like small and daily, normal for us. I don't see why that should be the case.
Well, it's just the fact that we see with the naked eye these stars that are trillions of light years away, right?
Trillions of miles. Definitely not trillions of light years.
Trillions of miles away, excuse me.
You only see naked eye stars, I don't know, maybe 100-ish light years, somewhere in that order. Not that far.
Okay,
Probably less.
why? Why is that the case when you have a certain amount of distance before the brightness of that star should absolutely fade away? It just doesn't make sense to me. So if you could explain,
Well,
like,
again,
how
you
are we able to...
keep saying it doesn't make sense, but I don't really understand what the question is there. If you're like, I don't believe that we would be able to see these stars if they're that far away. I mean, if you just, you could do the math if you want to convince yourself, right? If you have a certain brightness over a certain distance, then you can either see it or not, right? Obviously, if the stars are very far away, then yes, they must be very bright. Sure, all right. I don't see what's necessarily... Yeah, let's go ahead.
I mean, if you guys are done, I don't want to interrupt.
Go for it.
And I mean, this really has nothing to do with anything.
That's
But we're in the weeds, so let's stay in it just for the hell of it. Because what the fuck?
I like to talk about astronomy. I don't mind.
let's. So, what? How was the Earth created? The Big Bang, right?
No, the Earth is quite a bit younger than the Big Bang. So, the large cloud of gas and dust that collapsed into a protoplanetary disk, and the Earth created out of pebbles. There you go. That's obviously a condensed version. I mean, we talk about it. I actually study protoplanetary disks in my work. So, like young solar system formation, planet formation. That's sort of my subfield. So, I can definitely talk about that at any degree of detail you prefer.
So it's the entire. It created the entire solar system.
What did?
The Big Bang.
No,
Big Bang.
So the solar system's like 5 billion years old. Big Bang like 13. So
why? Okay, because this is my question. I don't understand why they're all moving together in unison through space.
They being
everything. The planets, the Earth, the Sun.
Well, the reason the planets and the Earth and the Sun are all moving together is because they came from the same place, which is the protosolar cloud, big cloud of gas and dust that collapses to form a solar system. So they're created, roughly at the same time they come into being. And what happens, we want to go into detail here, is if you have a big cloud, right? Like, imagine it just as like a sphere at the beginning, very big, like a parsec, and all these particles in there, gas and dust, they have thermal motion, right? They're just moving around. As this collapses due to gravity, the conservation of angular momentum will flatten it out into a disk. That's why everything orbits in the same direction, right? It's why everything spins in the same direction with the sun, most things. And you sort of get this thing naturally. We can see this happening. You can go look at, protoplanetary systems that are forming planets like right now and see these disks in various stages of evolution.
Sure.
Well, I mean, you can buy that or not. It's literally the thing that is in the sky. I mean, you can go look at it. Maybe you can't, but I mean, I have done it. Whether or not you believe me, I guess it's up to you. But I mean, I've seen them myself, so I can post a picture if you want.
You wouldn't be able to see them. You wouldn't be able to see them move. You would see no parallax because you don't see any parallax in stars. You wouldn't actually be seeing this happen, right? You just like, okay, if you took a point in what's happening today and then a point and then looked at it again a year from now, how much difference would you see?
Not much. I mean, obviously the time scale here is quite long. What you do is you look at a region, generally like Taurus or Ophiuchus, that's forming stars and planets actively, and you look at the different objects there, and they will be at sort of various stages in their evolution. I mean, this is what we're constrained to do because the universe is slow and humans don't live very long. The time scale to form a planetary system out of a cloud is on the order of 10 million years. So yeah, you don't see much change from time to time. So what we're restricted to doing is just... Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to know, what's the telescope? What's the tool you use to see this?
I've used a variety of different telescopes. If you want to look at young star-forming planetary systems, ALMA is generally the best bet. That's ALMA, ALMA. I've used that before. It's a millimeter wave interferometer in Chile.
If only we could live for 10 million years, huh?
That'd be pretty nice for a wide variety of reasons. Yeah.
If we entered a black hole, would we be like, how much time would pass? How much time dilation?
The equations say it would sort of
Can you calculate
trend to
that?
infinity, but I don't know. I mean, obviously, you've never done it. It's just math. That's not really my subfield.
So we,
Relativity and stuff. I study
we just gotta
young
do that.
stars and planets, right? So
You know, I
appreciate
used
it.
to I used to be completely obsessed with space. Not to the extent, never got to the extent that you have, but
Science
I hear that
fiction
a
is
lot
fun,
from people
bro.
in here. I hear that a lot from you guys. Yeah, it's interesting.
well, it's,
Space and dinosaurs, man. That was my room growing up. Space and
real,
dinosaurs.
well,
If it isn't the person who takes photos of exoplanets.
Me, what's up, man?
Timbo.
To be fair,
Busted.
Nah, I'm not gonna harass you, mate.
Bust your fantasy balls. Don't worry.
Who are you
I'm like spamming in the chat right now.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the
I
kitchen.
thought you
I don't
would
bother
be.
reading the live stream chat. It's usually a bit of a mess. Just making.
Been
I
a
think
while.
you would. I think you would quite enjoy my messages out here.
Well, what do you? While I'm making this sandwich, you can tell me what you want to talk about.
I just want to hear all the crap that you're gonna say.
Busted.
And
I'm
then
in the chat.
tell us that. Oh, but it's all assumptions.
You want me to read what I wrote in the chat?
If you'd like to read your in the chat, go ahead.
Yeah, because it's funny. Oh, if you use the inverse square law, just up the brightness of the star in the sky to cancel it out. Not a problem. That it would logically mean that the whole vacuum of space should all be lit the heck up.
There's a name for
Don't-
that. Actually, it's called Olber's
don't-
paradox.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, okay. Don't
it
worry about the whole.
Oh, sorry, Flatsy. Go ahead.
I'm not done. You got to hear my spamming, okay?
I'm sorry.
Then you can talk.
go
Don't worry
ahead
about
now.
the second law of thermodynamics. Don't worry about Newton's laws of motion. That would mean Earth is the inertial reference frame by necessity. And then I said he looks at 1 to 7 pixels.
Well, I believe the picture I sent was like 3 pixels on his side, so that's actually 9 total pixels. Yeah, just if someone's counting.
Oh, okay. I should put 1 to 9 pixels then.
Thank you, please. I appreciate
Hey,
the accuracy.
You got it.
Yeah,
Just
appreciate that.
Just for clarity, Iter,
what's
can
up,
you
man?
explain to the guys how you know that there's an exoplanet floating around a star? Just go through the
Sure.
process.
Let's talk about
So you-
exoplanets. Yeah.
So you've got a light. Like let's call this the star in the sky a light, and then that light dims by a certain percentage,
Yeah.
and
That's
then
right.
you say because that light dims by a certain percentage, that means we have a planet.
Not quite. You had me for till that last part. Really, what's going on here is we say, if that light dimming is caused by a planet orbiting around it, then I might expect to see some other things. And then I go look for those other things, and if I see them, I say, hey, it's probably a planet. And if I don't, which sometimes you don't, you say, it might be due to something else. And you
What's
have some
the
other
other
things.
thing?
Hyper-specific. Let's get
Well, there's
hyper-specific.
actually almost
is it a
more
light-
common than... Sorry, go ahead.
Wait.
Yeah,
is
go
it
ahead.
is it a light? Is it a light in the conventional sense?
I have no idea what that means.
So how are we seeing this light?
By detecting photons? I'm not really sure what you're getting at here, sorry.
What's being used to view it?
Telescope? Or are you talking
Is
about
it
the detector, which is generally a CCD?
Right. Yeah. Is what sort of lens are we looking in? Sort of what spectrum?
I mean, you could look at them in whatever spectrum you'd prefer. Obviously, exoplanets are normally detected with optical photometry.
And in this case, what are you doing? Are you seeing
Mine's
it
optical, yeah.
through? It's optical. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I think it's like 600 microns, or nanometers, excuse me, 6 microns, roughly.
Do you think it could be anything else do you think it could be something else that?
Yeah, it's totally possible. That's why you have to ask sort of more follow-up questions, right? You say, okay, well, if it's an exoplanet, it should do these things. If not, it should do these other things, right? And you asked me, like, what else could be a great
What are the
example of
other
something called
things?
an
Yeah.
eclipsing
What are the other
binary,
things? Yeah.
where you have
Eclipsing
one
binary.
star orbiting another star. And that has, detectable differences than just an exoplanet.
Well, you'd see two stars. That wouldn't be a difference.
No,
in
not
sensitive
necessarily,
light,
right?
though,
These
would
things are very far away. They are not resolvable.
it? Okay,
Can't
so you
detect the difference. Yeah.
now you're saying. So
it's
how do
not
you
optical.
detect that two stars are rotating around each other then?
Right, yeah, if it's not optical. That's what I was
Say
asking.
it's not optical. This can be detected with optical wavelengths. So if you have an exoplanet
No,
orbiting
you
a
said
star,
you can't
right?
see it.
I said it
You
wasn't
can't see it.
resolvable, which means you can't distinguish between the two stars.
Oh.
Yeah,
So they might
irresolvable means can't see it. Yeah.
You cannot distinguish between the two stars.
So how do you know it's two stars?
Well, you don't know. You can get evidence. And so if you have two stars, then you would expect certain features in the light curve. Specifically, you would expect
But
if when one star is passing in front of another.
Expect it compared to what though? Because you've got no baseline.
Well, I mean, you can do the math, right? And say, okay, if I have a big star, right, and there's another star orbiting it, what would the light from those two things look like if they were orbiting each other? And it gives you some testable things, right? Okay, well,
And
if it's
then
an
how do you
eclipsing
confirm
binary,
it in reality?
What would it look like if it was just one big star?
they wouldn't be variable, right? It wouldn't be variable. Not on this level.
Why not? How do you know that?
This is not proof, right? It's
Hey,
evidence.
gentlemen, can I press pause on the conversation real quick? I just want to address somebody in the room and ask them if they want to come down to chill and have a conversation because you guys are going at it. It's Veg time, BC verified, but no roles. If you want to have a conversation, I'll go down to chill with you and we can talk. Or if you just want to listen, that's fine.
I think he wants
It's
to
all right.
listen in
I'm just
here, actually.
Yeah.
We've been talking in the lobby. Or, I mean, if that's fine too. If you wanted to go down there, that's fine
Jump
too.
in here as well if you want.
Honestly, this is very interesting conversation because I like to. I find it funny that it's unresolvable. Just so you don't really know. You just have to make assumptions about these exoplanets, and then you see the picture of these exoplanets. How the hell did they get those details like that? Like how? What is that? All assumptions there?
Photoshop.
I mean,
aren't most stars claimed to be binary systems?
Most systems are binary. Most stars, like statistically, are not. So, if you have two stars orbiting each other, right? It's binary. Most systems are binary, but you got enough stars that aren't binary that it works out that. I don't know. That's just semantics. Yes, there's a lot of binaries.
Orbiting each other. Wait. Clarify that for us. Orbiting each other.
Yeah, that's right.
So how do they orbit each other?
What is so confusing about that?
Well, how could possibly okay? So in the heliocentric model, right? Earth's orbiting the sun. Let's say in another system, the Earth was orbiting the sun, and the sun was orbiting the Earth at the same time. How does that work?
So if two objects are comparable in mass, one does not orbit the other. They orbit a common center of mass called the barycenter. This is actually true even in the Earth-Sun system, but if you work out the math, the barycenter is inside the sun, so we appear to orbit the sun. But if the Earth was much, much larger, comparable to the size of the sun, you would see us orbiting our common center of mass.
what would be the common center of mass?
It would be, you can imagine that you took a stick, right, and you put the sun on one end and the other sun on the other end. The center of mass is where that would balance if you held it on your finger.
So where's the moon? Is the moon orbit within the Earth, or is it
the barycenter of the Earth-Moon system is also within the Earth? Yes.
Yeah, but how do you know the Earth is moving?
Wow.
The first movement in this chain of movements would have to be the axial rotation of the Earth, right?
Hi, Heretic. How's it going,
coming
man?
in hot?
That's not.
Yeah.
Well, we've been over this so many times, right?
I never heard this.
I heard it earlier. Nobody gave an answer as to how the axial rotation was measured. They just said it was calculated from the assumption of the radius. But still, even then, that would be begging the question, because how do you know it's not a geocentric stationary sphere? That you're begging the question of as well.
That's a good question.
Begging the question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's all you're doing, and we're just talking sci-fi, so you guys can carry on doing that if you want. Unless there's some measurement of rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, I brought up the fact that we would be, Newton's laws of motion. We would be the inertial reference frame by necessity in what you're viewing. That's a problem. Also, there was another thing I wanted to say. All the stars that you claim to, go and look at, 1 to 9 pixels. Sorry about the 7 earlier, but whatever.
I'm just giving you a hard time, Flatsy. I'm sorry.
I know. It's fine. It's fine.
The Earth would be non-inertial if it's rotating. It's treated as inertial, though. So practically it's stationary. So where's the evidence it's not?
Exactly. Exactly.
Good point.
And I want to know, don't you find it a bit odd that all the stars that you look at are, even the ones in retrograde, are all relative to Polaris, not the sun?
What do you mean by relative to Polaris?
They all are in respect to Polaris.
Sorry, I'm still not following you. In respect to? I don't really know what that means.
They move in respect to Polaris being the center.
You're talking about like if you take a long exposure overnight or something. Well,
Yeah,
Polaris
they
is exactly
even
on
in
that.
retrograde over time, if you study the stars over time, they're all moving in respect to Polaris, not the sun.
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure that's not true. I mean, the stars all have some small motion and proper motion you can detect, and it's
They're in alignment
essentially
with
stochastic.
Polaris.
So,
Prove it.
all right.
I'm
Well-
talking to the bot now.
Are you Flatsy? I'm just trying to clarify that question because, like, so you're saying even if Polaris it might like minutely moves over the course of time, everything else around it moves in relatively.
Yeah, even the stars that are claimed to be planets that move in retrograde still all move in respect to Polaris's position.
Yeah,
and even if Polaris slightly moves, it doesn't matter. They're all still in respect to Polaris in the position.
That also begs another question. Is there any major telescopes that are on the southern hemisphere?
Certainly. The one I talked about earlier, ALMA, that I've used.
ALMA.
That's in Chile.
Okay.
And did I say retrospect or
the EU has
retrograde?
a,
I meant to say
ELT
You said
retrograde.
retrograde. You said retrograde.
ELT's down there. Quite a few telescopes in Chile, actually.
Did you say used, so physically used, or logged on to by a computer?
Both, actually.
Oh, it's remote?
Yeah, mostly it's remote. Most observing is remote these days.
It's
Because, no one wants to go to the top of the fuck off tall mountains, right? It's a pain in the ass. I've done it.
Yeah, who wants to
Kinda
do
sucks.
that? Just look at a video screen, right?
Listen, it's very nice at the top. It's beautiful, but it takes a long time. And go to
done it?
the one in... Yeah, I have several times.
Have you noticed any
He's
difference
never
with
done it.
remote?
Listen, if you don't believe me, I mean, these conversations have to have a certain level of good faith, right? If you don't believe that I'm telling the truth about basic shit like that, I don't really know what to tell you, man. Like, it's my job. It's what I do.
Did you notice any?
You sound like a
difference-
priest, bro.
But did you notice any difference between you physically going to where the telescope is versus you using it remotely?
Differences in terms of, like, what?
What you're seeing.
Well, I'm looking at different things every time, so...
Okay.
I mean, most times at least, yeah. Going up to the telescope is kind of a special occasion just because it's, it's such a pain to get up there.
I
mean,
just
when
want
I went to Alma, I had to fly down to
to reiterate.
Chile, right?
I just want to reiterate that your whole work is based on assumptions, correct?
That's one way to look at it, yeah.
And do you consider what you do science?
I do, Flatsy, yes. I mean, we've been through this so many times, right?
Okay. So, what is the observed phenomenon?
Yeah, you hit me with independent, blah, 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 right?
Yeah, exactly,
whole
because that
thing,
means
yeah.
it's pseudoscience.
Yeah,
by the way.
hold on. Though. I'm confused. How can assumptions be science? If everything is based on assumptions, where's the science at?
I don't believe that everything is based on assumptions, but at a certain point, it's a matter of opinion.
Well, so far you haven't given any evidence. It's all just been assumptions, really.
Well, I mean, from my point of view, right? If someone says, hey, this might be the way things are. If that's the way things are, we expect to see this thing, and we go look and we see that thing. It's not proof, but it's evidence, right? And you do that a bunch of times, you really start to say, okay, we got a lot of evidence to support this. It's not proof, right? But if you got all this evidence, okay, maybe you believe it. Maybe you don't. Everyone's standard of evidence, where they decide if they believe something or not, is personal.
So you're saying that looking at something is evidence?
Can be for me, yeah. Looking in a scientific way, right? Asking a question, saying, okay, well, if this is the way it is, then maybe I expect to see this, and you go look.
Yeah,
and
but
you see that,
why
right?
would you? But why would you ever start anything with if?
It's basic of science, man. If this, then that.
Is it?
Sure.
I mean, so let's take boiling water. Where does the if come in?
In what sense?
Well, so we're going to apply science to boiling water. Tell me the if.
Okay. If I apply heat to this water, it will come to a boil.
Okay. So then we can test it and then we can prove it, correct?
Yeah, listen, I get the whole thing.
Okay. All
observational
right.
and
So
experimental science, right?
see, you're already starting to run away.
I'm not running away from anything.
Right?
Just have this conversation several times. Right?
You're realizing where the conversation is going to go. It's going to go to a place where you no longer have any answers because none of it is true. Because when you start with an if and then you can't come to a conclusion, it's bupkis. So if the pink shit on the ground came from a unicorn, we should be able to prove that. So when you make statements, if we see this, then this, where's the proof?
Science is not in the business of proving things. It is
Oh, it's
gathering
not.
evidence
What
to
is
favor or
what is
disfavor ideas.
favor or disfavor? What the fuck does that mean? What?
You have a hypothesis, gather evidence. That evidence either supports or does not support your hypothesis.
So basically, yeah, you just live in a world of assumptions. You don't live in reality.
I understand that is your position.
So no, that's your position. You have to accept that. Because you don't live in a world where evidence or proving things is necessary. It's all
Evidence
in
is
your head.
absolutely necessary.
It is. Okay, so where is any evidence for anything that you've been saying?
Talked about it at length, right?
Is evidence.
What's evidence?
Proof.
The definition of proof is evidence. Look it up. Look up the definition of proof and read it to us.
Or synonyms. That'll work.
I'm going to head to bed, guys. I bet it has been lovely as always.
Okay.
You do this every time, right? I come on and I say, I'm going to hang out for a little bit. I got to go to bed. And I go to bed. Everyone's like, it's going to bed. Look at that. I'm like, well, listen, man. Got to get some sleep,
Hey,
I can stay here
Hey,
for
you-
8 hours, and if I left, people be like,
Hey,
oh,
you
look at
still
that. Here he
didn't
goes.
answer my question. You still didn't answer my question
Oh,
earlier.
there's a lot of
when-
questions, man.
No, remember when you mentioned about the we know the radius, so we use the radius and to figure out the how fast the Earth spin,
Yeah.
right? 1,000 miles per hour. Well, I said, well, if you applied that logic, so let's use the radius to measure the curvature of the Earth, 8 inches per mile square, drop over distance. Can we do that? Can you do that?
Nope, never done it. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, that's just such
so
a tired
it, so
subject,
so it's all imagination. I get it. Okay, I got it, bro.
He wants to go to bed.
Yeah, that's fine.
You have a good
That's
night,
the
guys.
you
Let's go
too.
to bed.
The whole radius of the Earth is the first rung of all of the cosmology. so
Yeah,
if
we
it's
covered
wrong,
that earlier.
Yeah, if it's wrong, then it's all wrong because the next rung would be that Venus is the same size or relatively the same size as Earth, and that's how you decide the whole orbital system around the sun.
Yeah, we had a
how
whole
big the
conversation about
sun
this. Talk
is,
about the
how far away the sun is.
fusion.
Yeah,
right,
but these are all
spectra, black body
assumptions.
curves.
Yeah, but these are all
How
assumptions.
can you make a whole cosmology out of assumptions?
That's right. Exactly. This is a problem.
At a certain point, like all this aside, right? It does come, if nothing else, if all this is false and we didn't measure the radius, blah 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 blah, there are a remarkable number of coincidences. Things that we would expect to see that we look out there and see. It's absolutely possible they were put there to
So
fool
you
us.
mean that they've been seen for, thousands of years, and we have recorded history of people tracking these things, so it's not actually prediction.
No, I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about things like
You don't think that that's
the radioactive nickel line in supernova spectra. Crazy
What?
shit that we never have predicted.
What?
Right? These things are predicted long before they are observed.
Nobody, no.
Are you a coincidence theorist?
I'm not saying it's proof. I'm just saying at a certain point it starts to get a little bit incredulous. But anyway, guys, like I said, gotta go to bed. Been a
It was
pleasure.
a good laugh. Thank you for that last
talk
little
to
bit
you
of
later.
laugh.
Have a good night.
Later, hater.
Woo!
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
You know what? All of you better duck, because I'm about to turn left, and I don't want to smack you with my dick.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Enemy spotted.
Chaos Lev.
Earth, whatever you want to call it. So, just those facts alone. I don't care about Southern Star Trails. I do know this. The moon is self-illuminating, and I'm going to make a 28-29 PDF presentation one of these days, showing. I already have about 11 photos right now, still photos of the moon in different phases. And when it gets to be 28, 29, I'm going to make a PDF, and I'm going to illustrate to everybody, even here, that don't believe that the sun is self-illuminating, that the sun is self-illuminating, and that Genesis 1:14, Genesis 1:16, and God made two great lights is exactly true. So Don't let them fool you about anything like this. Also, you cannot find a Sigma Octantis anywhere. You can find a North Pole star named Polaris, but you can't find Sigma Octantis. Two is it is not at 90 degrees south, because one, there's no 90 degrees south, but there is a central rotation, but it is not 90 degrees south. Some people have told me it's about 60 degrees south, whatever it is. They tell you there's something called Sigma Octantis Australia. Well, I'm sorry, you can't be Sigma Octantis Australia, because Australia is about 40 degrees. Tasmania is about 42 degrees south. So you can't have that. So these people will do anything to beg the question on their ball, because they do not want to believe in God. It's the most disgusting thing ever, but we got to love them anyway, because we're commanded to.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, how's the weather over there? Because today is a full moon, super full moon, blue moon, they call it, I think.
Yeah.
I got my binoculars ready.
Yeah, I saw it already. I mean, it's already going up. It's beautiful.
So,
Yeah, the
check
blue
this.
moon is the second full moon of the month, right? That's what the blue moon represents. When you get two full moons in 1 month.
You do.
I think so,
Yeah.
Two full moons in 1 month, but it's also going to be a super moon, which means it's going to be the largest for us to observe. And it's even more rare that you get a super blue moon.
Yeah. So
Yeah, magnified is.
real
Yeah,
quick,
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to show this. So they're not opposed to modifying images at all. First of all, this is at the Paranal Observatory, which is in Chile. And they're talking about a blue-green flash, right? You see that? Now, this is the edited, or this is the photo forensics picture now. So you could just see they're not afraid to modify the photos. You can see that right there. But I just think it's ironic that that's supposed to be 8,645 feet up in the air where they took that photo, and you can clearly see the horizon right there. I just find it funny, but yeah, it's pretty interesting. So they're not
Yeah, what
opposed to modifying it.
should this green light represent? The
The,
rising?
the green flash is a rare optical phenomenon due to the refraction produced by Earth's atmosphere. It is typically observed at sunset or sunrise, and more likely in clear atmosphere where the light is less scattered by the air. In very exceptional atmospheric conditions, a blue flash can be seen. The event captured in this picture, taken from Paranal Observatory, clearly shows a green and blue component. As usual, the Pacific Ocean, only 12 kilometers away from the observatory, is covered by clouds. Cerro Paranal is a 2,600 meter high mountain located in the driest area of the Atacama Desert in the region of Chile. But
Well, the first thing I heard that was wrong with that is they said the refraction of the atmosphere. How's
right.
that? What is the sun? What is the light going through a solid barrier to the air, or some other
how
medium to air? Because you can't just have it from nothing to air. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah, and how can it be a flash? I mean, why
Yeah.
is it sudden? It's
Well, it's clearly modified, but I don't know what their point is of showing this, but they're
You want me to
basically
show you pictures of the sun that's not modified? That would show like a green halo around the sun that
yeah,
is flash.
hell yeah.
Yep. Red, blue, and green, guys. What's
yeah.
the sun's light supposed? So it's white light, isn't it? Ooh, sexy, huh? For those
The
that
black
know
body.
a little
Looks
about a little about spectroscopy and shit. And
the
anyway,
the sun's like a black body.
I mean,
but
sunrise and
how's that? Wait, why'd you say that?
Well, I looked into it because I heard QE say it. And yeah, the sun acts like a black body, but they say that it's not. It just acts like it because it absorbs as much electromagnetic radiation as it emits the thermodynamic equilibrium.
Yeah, true. Because red, blue, and green. You combine those If you combine that, you get white light. So that's all I was referring to.
RGB, how we see.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is why sunrise and sunset and why we can't see the sun anymore is because we cannot. The wavelength has a limit for us to see. Also, perspective helps also not reach our eyes anymore.
Mhm.
So it's still there, but we cannot see it because the wavelength is too short. It's way past our.
So, check it out. That's your photo, right, Slalom?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
That's your photo, right? This is how you know it's the real photo. See? No modification in it whatsoever.
See if anybody disagrees with this, and please speak up if you do. I think we don't know what the moon and the sun is, but we know what the sun and the moon does. The moon moves approximately 14.5 degrees above the sky, and it's a calendar. It's a calendar for us for the month. And the sun moves across the sky at about 15 degrees per hour, and it gives the sun in heat. And we know the sun and the moon flip for seasons. It's lower in the sky for the moon now, higher in the sun. It'll flip in the winter, and so we know that. And so, what else are we supposed to presuppose or suppose or assume about the sun and the moon, other than the fact we know what they do, but we don't know what it is? Anybody ever tells me what the sun is and the moon is, I'm just kind of going, okay, that's for speculation Sunday, because we know what it does, and the sun is God's clock, the moon is God's calendar. It's a beautiful thing, and the sky is the sidereal rotation, which is for the seasons, and you can actually use the moon and the sun for the seasons too. It's the most beautiful thing ever, and I think we overthink things. Let God be God, and they say the simplicity of God somehow escapes man. I think it does. I think God put a very beautiful sky together, and we overthink it.
By the way, why do you put your question into your answer into a question again? You know that Yah said, "Let there be two lights." You previously mentioned this.
Made two great lights. Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So why do you say we do not know what they are? They are two lights.
We know we don't know what they are as far as made composition, what they are as far as what they're made of.
Okay, very
Yeah.
detailed. I mean, we can.
It's
obviously
it's my
too
fault for
much.
not explaining that better. I'm sorry,
But
but
it's
yeah,
like people can't accept that they're light. Like, in the most basic, that's a light. Like, people just cannot get with that, which is crazy because it's a light, bro. It's like, how you have a lamp in your house. I'm not saying the sun it's a light. We have different forms of light that we make here on Earth, and
I mean,
that's
I
just a
see
light
it
up
as
there.
this. God made two lights, and we also have the knowledge about making lights. And when we look into a flashlight, it does look kind of similar when we hold it away or something shines at us, And I have no problem with this, accepting that this is the exact same way he does the world for us, basically. Then we do it in miniature for our purposes. To move around, I have no problem with this, and
Think
he is
about grow
no
houses.
less or greater than yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's UV light. It's electricity. It's just like, I don't know. I'm not claiming anything, but it's you need light for shit to grow. Period. It's just, I don't know. Not an expert, but indoor grow houses work for a reason.
I feel you on that.
Right.
But even think about this: the whole delusion or the whole lie about how the world looks like and how they revolve around all of this. It's like they're proposing a greater imagination as a lie, supposed to be the creation that Yah created for us to observe, which is his testimony that we have no what did he say? We have no excuse for anything else, you know.
I just find it fascinating, and I've learned this. I'm new to the game here, as far as realizing this in its simplicity. You know, the two pictures that I just posted in for the moon. In both of those cases, one is a gibbous, a waxing gibbous. The other one is a waning gibbous. In both of those situations, the sun had not come up and moved toward us over the horizon. The sun was still, not visible in the sky. So, and in both these cases, the moon is looking up. The top one looking up about, what do you want to say, 9:30, and the other one's looking up at about 2:30, and the sun is down below on both of them, haven't shown up on the horizon yet. Therefore, the sun cannot directly illuminate either one of these. Therefore, they are self-illuminating. Therefore, Genesis 1:16, God made two great lights, is correct, and we can observe this.
I mean, everyone may have been in military, or someone from us have been in military, and we have had lights in different colors, in green and red and blue. Also, we same stuff again, but we had filters above our lamp lights, so we could change the filters and just spin them around, you know. And I see this exactly with the moon. What's happening when you move the filter around? You can see that obviously the same thing happens with the way light reaches our eyes. That causes the corona, basically.
If I may ask one small simple question. When we see the moon with blue, during the day, when the sky is blue, are you saying that the blue sky is between us and the moon, or is the blue sky behind the moon and we're seeing it through the parts of the moon that are not illuminated?
We are seeing the blue in the air. The moon is not blue. The blue is not behind the moon. You're not seeing through the moon to see the blue. The blue due to noble gases being lit up.
Okay, then we have no problem here, because there are some flat earthers that believe that the blue is the sky behind the moon, and I think we can all agree that this is not the case.
I don't think we know we don't know exactly what it is. All we know is the moon is God's calendar, and that's what they used before we got the Gregorian calendar, before we put watches on our wrists and all that stuff. People look to the sky for the sun, the moon, the sidereal rotation of the sky to tell us the days, years, and seasons. It's a wonderful thing. It's an absolute wonderful thing, and that's what they used before we got all this technology that we use today. So it's a beautiful thing, and that's how they did it before 1582 with the Gregorian calendar. It's beautiful.
The moon tell us anything about the calendar?
Oh, it absolutely does tell us about the calendar. Absolutely. But back when we had 13 months, years, the moon would tell you what time of the year, what time of the month it was by its phases, because the moon is not illuminated by the sun. The moon is self-illuminating, and as it is said in Genesis 1:16, God made two great lights. So the moon is absolutely God's calendar, and the sun is God's clock. Absolutely. If you don't want to read the Bible, it's okay. It's up to you. Hopefully God will make the Bible very relevant and open in your mind someday. But until then, you cannot explain to me why the gibbous at the waxing and waning gibbous that I just showed, where the sun is not directly illuminating the moon, how can that possibly be? The only answer is it's not the bending and warping of space-time, it's not refraction, it's not perspective, it's Genesis 1:16, and God made two great lights. That's the only explanation you got if you're honest with yourself.
You want me to answer? What is relative to those pictures? Because you zoom in on the moon itself, and we don't know if the horizon is to the right, to the left, to the top, or the bottom of that picture. If you're holding the camera sideways, or because we can see that the two moons in those two pictures are alignments.
Holding the camera sideways? Are you serious?
No, I'm asking. I don't know where the horizon is. That picture.
So the horizon is directly the horizon is directly below.
Well, I've never seen that happen, so I'll just take your word for it. I have no explanation.
What do you mean?
Do you? I'm gonna ask this question, and then I'll get off. Thank you. Do you read your Bible and believe in your Bible as the literal and inspired Word of God?
The Bible has no explanation for any calendar. So this is not. We are talking about the moon, which is not explained in the Bible.
Sure, it is.
All the Bible.
Sure, it is.
There. Doesn't say how long it takes the moon to make a complete cycle.
Sure, it does.
It doesn't.
Sure, it does.
Where does it say in the Bible?
It is the perfect calendar, 28 days, 13 hours. It's the perfect calendar, and that's what they used before we got the Gregorian calendar in 1582. They looked to the moon for the calendar, the sun for the clock, and the sidereal rotation of the sky, which resets every year for the seasons.
Yeah, but you can't lie to something that we can see. It's not 28 days. It's 29 days or 30 days. It's never 28 days.
28 days, 13 hours. That's what it was.
Can you cite that in the Bible so I can look that up where it says that about the moon?
Next, it's never 28 days. It's 29 or 30. It's never 28. If you're telling me that the moon cycle is 28 days, you are
So we don't. Cavendish.
Sorry?
Cavendish. There's no observed phenomena.
There is an observed phenomenon.
What's the observed phenomenon again? Sorry, just say it again one more time. The torsion bar twisting.
Yes.
So
that's how you accurately measure.
No, Rumpus, can we have a two-way conversation without you continually talking over me? Thank you.
I don't tend to.
Right. So the observed phenomena, which would be your dependent variable, is torsion bar twist.
Correct.
Right. And the independent variable is mass.
Well, there are three independent variables.
Right. I'll stop you right. Hold on. In an experiment, you have one independent variable, which is the
control variable.
You're doing it again, Rumpus. One more chance, and you go.
Okay, no, you're right. You're right. I did interrupt you there. You're right on that one.
And you were incorrect. In an experiment, you're doing it again.
Sorry, I did it again. You're right. I did it again.
Yeah, shut up. In an experiment, you have an singular, independent, again singular, variable thing you will change. One.
Right. Okay. Can I go ahead now? Right. What you don't understand, I think, is that the force between two masses, there are three things involved. There's the two masses and the distance between them, and there's a constant, the gravitational constant. I actually have a screen grab actually here of that formula.
Sorry, you're just asserting that we have a gravitational constant now. Now, I understood that we were experimenting to find and validate gravity with the Cavendish experiment.
Right. If I can finish.
Hold
There
on.
are three-
Hold on. The gravitational constant is extracted from the results of the Cavendish experiment, isn't it?
You can extract this. You can use it to
Sorry,
do that.
is it or was it not extracted from this experiment?
Well, the trouble is, you're
Yes,
trying
it's
to
a
work
yes
out
or
the
no
product.
answer. It's a yes or no answer.
It results in the product of the mass of the Earth and G.
So
There's
it's
a
so
product
it's a
there.
yes. G was extracted from this experiment.
You
which
can
is not,
use it to do that, yes.
Yes, finally. Yes. Right. So we're not going to start with an assumption of G. This is the apparatus to, according to you, scientifically validate it. Now, as we have established, we have one independent variable. I know what your observed phenomena is, torsion bar twist, right? So your dependent variable is torsion bar twist. I need to know the independent variable, please. You still haven't given it me. You've told me there's three.
Well, you can decide, because you could decide to change the radius. the
No,
distance
that's
between them.
not science.
Let me finish my sentence, Nathan.
Well, you're
The
describing.
force-
You're not describing science. I just need your independent variable.
You can decide which one to make independent. You can decide to change the mass or the distance between them.
Oh, well, then that's not an independent variable.
You can decide which you can
No,
choose.
you can't decide. Why do you keep asserting this? You are wrong. Either you
No, I'm
are.
right.
You
Let
are
me- if you let me
science.
finish my
No, no.
sentence,
I'm now
I will
talking.
show you I'm
No,
right.
no. I'm now talking, Rumpus. I would like to talk, and you will now listen.
Okay.
You do not have multiple independent variables if you are performing the scientific method.
You can change the experiment to decide which one to pick.
Correct. So you can change it and have a different independent variable.
Yes, well done. You got there at last.
Hold, Rumpus. You can have a different independent variable, but then you would be using one and then the other separately.
Correct.
Hold, Rumpus. This is your last chance.
It's a simple stuff.
No, that means shut up.
Well, you haven't let me finish the
No,
sentence.
no, I am talking. So, you can start with your single, sole, independent variable, the cause, singular, of the effect. It is at this stage, hypothesis stage, a presumed cause. And in your hypothesis, you will either validate that as the singular, independent cause of the effect, and if it is invalidated, the singular one independent variable, then you move on to the next one on its own, singular. So
Yes.
yes,
Correct. Well done.
right. Now I would like you to give me the singular independent variable for the Cavendish experiment.
Well, I could pick on. I've got one or two to play with. Like I've got the.
Just give me
formula on
one.
the screen here.
Just listen. Give me one.
Okay. Okay, I can change the radius. Can be the one I'll pick on, because I could pick on two of the three. One's the mass of the Earth. One's the mass of the object I've put on my.
Sorry, you're
torsion
still
bar,
not
and
answering
the
me.
third-
Stop.
Look,
Stop.
Let me finish my sentence.
No, you haven't
finish my
answered my question. I've asked
I
for
have.
one.
I'm going to tell you, but you won't let
No,
me finish
stop.
my sentence.
Stop.
I'm
Stop.
finishing my sentence.
Right, I'm just going to kick you out, Rumpus. Stop.
Well, you don't let me finish my sentence. You
It's
never
because
let
I'm
me
asking
finish
you
my
for one thing, and you're giving me
Finish your
three.
sentence.
Stop.
Let me finish my
No,
sentence.
not until you stop and listen to me clarify what I'm asking you for. I want the next thing out of your mouth to be one variable. Just one.
Radius, I'm going to pick on.
So, okay, in this hypothesis, if radius, then torsion bar twist is your hypothesis.
That's because, and this is what you don't understand.
Yes or no
It's a
answer?
it's
Yes
a combination of all
or
those variables.
no answer?
And the particular independent variable to pick on is the radius, yes, but it's in the context of the other variables that you end up with a force.
Excuse
I've
me.
got the formula on the
I've got
screen
the
here.
hypothesis of if radius, then torsion bar.
context of
Sorry, you're
being on
talking
the
over
Earth.
me again, Rumpus. Right. You're just going to have to go. You can't control your
Here's the formula-
ejaculations.
Here's the formula for you.
You're doing it again while I'm telling you that I'm going to kick you out for doing it. You just can't
You won't
seem
let
to
me tell you
control
about the other
yourself.
variables.
Excuse me. I've asked for one. That would be
Yeah,
science.
I told you the answer. The
Goodbye.
radius.
Goodbye, Rumpus. You are intolerable because you have lost. You have got... No, you can't ask him anything. He's going because he can't help talk over me continually. So, I'll just point out the flaw. Rumpus wants there to be multiple variables. Rumpus has conceded you only have one. You can have one and invalidate it and then go on to the next one, but he can't do that. That's not what the Cavendish is. It's not a valid scientific experiment. He needs multiple variables. He doesn't have an observed phenomena. His observed phenomena is not gravity, it's torsion bar twist. So at which stage in him detailing his hypothesis did he use the word gravity? He didn't. He used the word torsion bar twist. That was his observed phenomena. So we are observing the phenomena of torsion bar twist. Yay, Rumpus, well done for proving the cause of the effect of torsion bar twist. You complete idiot. So you're saying, Cavendish, cause and effect, gravity, science, right? No, you're causing the effect of a torsion bar twist, right? And what's your cause of it? According to Rumpus, radius. Yeah, that's what he said, because he's a dim-witted idiot with no scientific understanding. I had to take him through baby steps, using words like independent, singular, an, one, for him to finally concede that in science you have one. Now, he hasn't got one, he's got lots, so he doesn't have science. Unlucky, Rumpus. Your little sideshow circus freak experiment proves absolutely nothing. Unless you want to say it proves torsion bar twist. Wow, that's useful.
And even if it does, it's not the definition of gravity as per current science.
Didn't use the word gravity. We're looking for the effect of torsion bar twist, apparently. Marvellous.
Torsion bar twist, mate. Oi, mate. Would it not be better to let the person speak?
I did, and I asked him for an independent variable to cause the natural phenomena of torsion bar twist. This is, Jimmy, because you don't recognise it, the biggest load of bollocks I've ever heard. It's not science, mate. It's, what's that word again? Bollocks. And I'm pointing out to the audience just how big a pile of bollocks it really is. A massive steaming pile of bollocks, mate. It makes no sense. His phenomena... excuse me, whoever's talking. It's not a naturally observed phenomena. It's torsion bar twist. Yeah? You want to look up what natural means? You want to look at what science means? You understand any of this, Jimmy? That's a question, by the way. You can now reply. You have my permission.
Not really, no.
Good. So you're useless in this debate then. Predominantly, you've said no. Now I'm replying to your negative reply. We predominantly talk about science here. So why are you telling me that I should let him completely spout bollocks when you don't understand what we're talking about?
I don't think you either understand what he's talking about.
Oh, I did. I understood and took him through in baby steps. Don't make assertions that I don't understand when I had to handhold him through independent variable being singular while he continually asserts that you need multiples of them. And then when I finally get him to concede, it's concessions because he has to. Because I say, yeah, you think you're being clever by saying you can invalidate one and then move on to the next, but not mentioning that. And saying, of course you can have many variables. Yeah, you test them one at a time, Rumpus, so we don't have lots of them. See, Jimmy here, though, is too thick to get it. Thinks he can tell me that I'm telling people off incorrectly. That's because most of the people who leave these comments and say, why are you talking over them? That's because I know more than he does. Yeah, I'm having to lead Rumpus, because he's a retard. If he wasn't a retard, he'd understand that the Cavendish experiment is not scientific.
mate, to your
Huey,
Yep. What's up?
what's up? I gotta ask, you gonna make your fantasy football playoffs or what?
We'll find out by Monday.
Okay, every time you hover over your next button, I see the same videos I watch. So I was like,
Oh yeah. I'm right on the cusp. I'm 6 and 7. I think I'm 6 and 7. Anyway, there's a whole shitload of people at 6 and 7. I'm at the top of the 6 and 7 shit bowl. And
yeah, it's a tight season.
Yep. So this game will let me know whether I can get. I just want to get in the playoffs because as soon as you get in, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're fighting because it's been such a train wreck of a year. Yeah.
It really has.
Yeah.
It's unlike anything else, and they kind of baited us into drafting wide receivers over running backs. I mean, it's crazy.
No, well, you see, I'm in a 2 quarterback league.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking. I'm in a 2 quarterback, 3 receiver, 2 running back, 1 tight end, and 2 flex.
Some high scoring games.
Yeah, they're real high scoring, but you see this year in a 2 quarterback league, we're fucked because all the quarterbacks have been getting hurt. Follow?
And the backups couldn't play on a high school team.
Exactly. So that puts, I'm in a 10-team league, so everyone's got at least 3 quarterbacks, right? There's a couple teams with 4. You follow? That's at the start of the year. There's only 32 fucking, do the math. Now you got so many quarterbacks getting hurt. You see where I'm headed here.
Oh yeah, of course. And I find myself every week looking at a team with these backups coming in. Like, how do these people have a roster spot on an NFL team?
Yeah,
it's crazy. That's the best that's out there. You know, somebody gets hurt, you have no shot of winning. I mean, granted, Bengals Browning just looked really good. These people come out of nowhere, but for the most part, it's a shallow QB pool. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Interesting QBs.
Yeah, so you had fucking, especially in our league, you had to step and fetch and dodge all kind of shit to get some semblance of fucking team. I made 63 moves. The next closest person in the league is not even halfway to me.
Yeah, that's a lot of moves.
Yep, so we'll have to see. Well,
All right,
I'll see
Godspeed.
you this weekend.
Yeah.
Because
I had to ask. Like I said, I see it pop up all the time. Like, is he playing fantasy? And that's what I do during the week, you know?
yeah,
But
because
most
you
of
see,
these
because
people, they
I'm
don't know any better
hovering
than
over
us.
in the videos, and you see them
Yeah,
pop
exactly.
up. Yeah, all right. Too funny.
What's up, everyone? How are you doing?
Hi.
Yo, Quantum, yesterday or the day before, you said to some dudes, with the container example, right? With a bowling ball and the making a vacuum chamber, and that the vacuum chamber and the bowling ball gets heavier after you remove it, and
After
you
you
left
remove the air.
yeah, and you left them with that, and we were all pondering, and then it hit me because of the pressurized system, because it cannot seek equilibrium anymore. It gets basically pressurized by the surrounding air, by the container, from the air outside the container.
I don't know about that. The point was that air doesn't have weight.
Okay, yeah, I've been hearing that a lot.
Yep, air doesn't
has
have weight. It's real simple. Just do that. It's not an experiment. It's just demonstration. If you, it's real simple. It destroys all.
Okay.
Wait
Okay,
a
so
second.
no,
I wasn't done yet. It destroys the entire ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. It also takes those fuckwit etherites to the woodshed. But go on.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because when someone comes with explaining gravity and then jumps to the particles have mass and such,
Mm-hmm.
so this would also negate the mass
Yeah,
explanation.
even though
then.
that was debunked years ago, but yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, makes
Yep.
sense.
Yeah. It's a killer argument.
So that's that's their gradient, right? They're talking about the air weighs more. So we have a gradient because I've been hearing this gradient argument, and now they're bringing up what is it called, asymptotes, and they're acting like they could extrapolate it all the way out to zero until it just evenly, just blends with the vacuum. I've heard this like
What?
3 times in the last.
Yeah, that's second law of thermodynamics, by the way.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I think so.
but shouldn't be the elemental table then be changed because mass does not equal weight?
Yeah, they already know that mass doesn't equal weight. That's all. They already know that.
Oh.
But there's a
Okay.
more fundamental thing. That they don't know what mass is.
Also, the scientists in general.
Yeah, the mass is undefined. It's a nothing term. Doesn't mean anything.
So it's basically just a counting of particles and
No.
because of
No, it's not even that. It's undefined. It's meaningless. Doesn't mean anything. It has no meaning. They just made it up. Not the anti-flat earthers, the quote unquote science community. Ever since, I don't know where the word came from, but ever since then it's never been defined. Never.
Interesting.
Well, I got to let me show you a citation here from where did I put it? Where'd you go? Got too much stuff. Where is it? Give me a minute. Where did you go?
I got you,
All
Kiwi.
right, let me go back up
I got
top.
your citation.
Hold on a second. There, scored conservation. Where is my fucking stuff?
I posted Max Born's for you, and
Well,
is there
I
another one that
can't.
says?
I can't find it. That's the problem.
Yeah,
One
that's
sec.
the
Oh, there it
problem.
is.
Right, I
Hold
got
on.
you.
I got it. So where'd it go? Thanks for posting that. I'll get back to it here in a second.
I think I'm missing one though.
Yeah. Okay. So is that the same one as mine? Yeah, you got this. Yeah. So you got a little bit more, but at 57 minutes after the hour, right? You got Max Born, old timey Nobel laureate back in the day. He says, listen to this closely. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Here comes the really important part. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning.
Wow.
Now, Max should have stopped right there, but he went and clobbered himself in the face with a spade shovel by saying, other than that given by formula. Well, we don't care about that. That's not physics. That's mathematics. And moreover, he says it is the measure of the resistance to the changes in velocity. No, it's not. That's inertia. So, but regardless, if you go back in physics, it doesn't have any meaning in physics. How many equations? Now we're going to mix up fucking paradigms. How many equations in the fairy tale pseudoscience physics that they think is physics is the word or the letter M in?
The letter what?
M for mass. How
Oh,
many?
okay. I mean,
Yeah.
a dozen of times.
There's dozens and dozens and dozens.
Yeah.
Every single one of those formulas are debunked. They're undefined. Because any now we're stepping over into mathematics. We're out of physics because mass has no meaning in physics. But let's go into mathematics. If you talk to any mathematician, every single variable in an equation must be rigorously defined. You can't define. So in all those formulas, they're all debunked. They're meaningless.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I told this mathematics is a linguistic magic. Yeah, it's linguistic speech. Basically, you can make up your own stuff, and as long as you
Yeah.
can explain it, the people will not understand what is going on in your head or where your formula came from and such. That's
Yes.
why they have all the ridiculous symbols they
Yes.
create.
Yeah, it's over. So anything that has any time that they relate mass or they say mass, it's over. They can't say anything else. They have to drop whatever topic they're on. It's over.
Hmm.
It has no meaning. It's period. Done. Game over. Next subject. So every single formula, like I said, E equal MC squared is a cluster fuck of meaningless horseshit. Number one, E, that's not defined either. According to Richard Feynman, they don't have any idea what energy is. None. Zero. So M, E equals M, that's mass, that's also meaningless. And then C squared is the speed of light squared. That the one-way speed of light can never be known. It's undefined. The whole fucking equation, it's a dumpster fire of utter meaninglessness.
Hmm.
It's squared meaninglessness.
I mean, well, what did God say? Those who say who are wise, I will make them as fools.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Yep. It's all over.
I mean, it was a time where I was freshly reintroducing myself to Christianhood again, and basically studying the Bible. And I realized once I got into flat Earth and was pondering all of this stuff right now, and all this, I once had a real laugh. I mean, I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, I had pain in my stomach. I had cramps and everything because I understood what he meant by all this. You know, it's like
Yep.
he must laugh even more than we do because, I mean, it's incredible, you know. But
It's a dog and pony show.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I came to my senses basically over time, and I see that it's very sad also. So therefore, I'm not really laughing anymore because the people need help, basically.
Well, I don't know what you're gonna do, man, because the per capita of stupid is so immense that you're gonna drive yourself insane trying to help stupid people out. You're not gonna make it.
Yeah, we don't have the ability to comprehend that type of human misery at that level. Like, we can't deal with that for very long. That'd be worse than the battlefield.
I mean, I mean, yes, we do, because we once were stupid too, and we realized at one point that we
Speak for
were
yourself.
wrong, and therefore we changed. You
Yeah.
know, therefore you
Yeah,
can
Sonny got
rewind
that
your
one.
stupidness, and know why you were hanging in that vicinity. So
Well,
it's all, yeah.
Well, it's for sure that like I don't claim a humanistic kind of viewpoint, more of a biblical viewpoint I do have, and I came to that slowly over time. And I think I think flat Earth has everything to do with the spiritual awakening, because what other kind of awakening can you really have?
Does.
It's really, that is the ultimate and conscious awakening of whatever you want to put that in category. That is the height of my higher level working with us. Like it can be like.
I mean, if you accept truth, he said, "I am the truth, the way, and the light." So, whatever truth comes your way, and we see it in scripture and everywhere, it's part of him. He told us before.
Yeah. Yes. But like even the promise of just a new day, of like I look out into onto the earth that I experience every day, and for me it's still astonishingly beautiful, and just I'm in awe of it every day. It's so fantastic.
Yeah.
Like I'm always like, I'm better off in that kind of state of mind, actually.
Yeah,
Than worrying about these petty things we worry about, living in the city or whatever it may be. Whatever the hell's going on with all of us. We all have different lives and shit. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I look in the sky, for instance, whatever I know about or think I know, even now, I think I know nothing. It's like there's more to this.
I think we're better off knowing nothing, and then we'll see what comes out of the nothing, because something always does, because it's God's creation.
Yeah.
So there's always something there, like to be in awe about. Like, how did I get here? That's a good question, but that may be above my pay grade, as some other people have mentioned before. Worrying about those huge problems.
Yeah.
What about humanity? What about my entire life? Well, you only live your life one moment at a time. This moment, then that moment.
Yeah, I was searching for this channel, and I asked, well, where did Flat 24/7 Flat Earth channel go? And they said it's only visible when mods are present. Okay, then beforehand I jumped into another channel, Conspiracy Theory, and they were talking all kinds of stuff, dude, and I was like, dude, what is going on? It's like they were talking of trans people, basically moral, and by moral I flipped. They were talking over each other, and I couldn't even point out that moral is a straight guideline, and it has nothing to do with what you think moral is or what society means moral is. Moral is a guideline that stems from one source. That's the Bible. We are representing or trying to represent his character, which he wants us to live in. And there's no me, there's no you. What you think it is, it's live like him and give your best. This is honorable and acceptable for him, as long as you are humble and not arrogant.
What does it say in the Psalms? It says, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Shadows aren't real.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
So
if
we're walk through the
spiritual suppressed, right? So you have shadows over you who are suppressing you, and
they try to interfere. Like I feel that stuff. Like, really, I'm very hypersensitive, and I always have been, I guess. And I used to try to just numb that out, but now I see it as what a blessing. Like, and I really am learning just how to live life fully. And it could be a very simple day of, like, it mostly includes me out in the air exercising. And I feel the most at home doing something like that, actually. But I come home and I'm tired, and I go to sleep early, and I have a routine, So for me, like, that's pretty good. Except I would like to have my own garden and have a little a wood shop in the background, so I can make instruments and stuff. So I can make guitars and amplifiers, and that's what I really would love to do in my later years, and then pass that tradition down to my sons. as
Boomer detective.
one or more businesses. Boomer detective. Who wrote that? Who said that?
I don't know.
CB.
I wasn't fast enough. My eyes jumped out.
CB came back.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was the boss that jumped out. Okay. All right.
That's funny. Anyway, yeah,
Hi,
that's
CB.
what I like to do. And not only like my kids are really super smart. Like my oldest son bought his first home at 21 years old. Him and his girlfriend. So
Nice.
my other one went to school up in Humboldt for a while. He came back down, so he's going to school here now.
Humboldt.
But they're
in
24
Germany
and
or
26. What's that?
Humboldt in Germany, or where? Where is this?
No, Humboldt, California.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he survived that all right. And actually, they're both doing really well. I'm really proud of them. They're making their way, like it's not easy these days, especially these days. Can you imagine being in your mid-20s right now? That would be the weirdest freaking thing. I don't know about you, but like in my 20s, I was pretty wide awake already. In my 20s.
This would be wild. I mean, you are bombarded with all kinds of bullshit that is now going on. We are growing up basically going up with everything. We know how everything developed in computer and how the society basically changed over that. We can see exactly how it proceeded and what the steps were beforehand. But now you are thrown into the middle, and they have to. Yeah, I mean, the guidelines have to be the parents, and if they're off, I mean, the kid is off.
Well, that's why I think something probably did go awry somewhere, or there was a planned change of the guard, or something happened to where we have all of a sudden we have a whole nation here in the U.S. of nothing but seems like immigrants.
Yeah. I mean, I can't speak
Like
from Germany, dude. We have so many. It took
a bunch of lost children,
15 years or so.
them, the immigrant trains and the children trains, and they would put them in they started building these huge structures, supposedly in the middle of nowhere. These huge granite structures and giant buildings, and they used them for insane asylums and for what do they have the kids where they have children in?
Hordes?
No, they have children like I forget. I can't think. I must be getting tired. Where do they have children that have no homes? The children like they call that something. I just can't think of it. It's a common word too, and I just can't think of it. So anyway,
yeah, I know what you mean, but I can't think of.
So they started building all of those things. When you look around, and there's didn't look like any people that are driving around in those little covered wagons and stuff like that. Were they able to build those kind of structures at that time when they were pushing hand carts and shit, ox carts and carriages? Like what? Where's the heavy equipment? Where's the steamrollers? Where's the freaking leveling equipment? It just looks very odd. Anyway, that's a John Levy topic. We could talk about that on Sunday also.
What is it, John?
John Levy talks about the so-called alleged mud flood and architecture out of place, architecture, things like that. I find it very fascinating. But that's just a side topic. Anyway,
okay.
Yeah. I find it fascinating. Several others do that, yeah. And then going back even further, you look at what was discovered in the Americas, like shortly during and after the conquest. When they came in here, the Spanish came in and marauded the whole entire place. They knew where they were going to because De Soto very early on, I think that was like the late 1500s or early 1600s. I forget exactly. De Soto, someone could look it up, but he said there were heathens there. They were like the Amorites, Hebonites, the all
The
these different
giants, right?
tribes, the lost tribes, the Hittites, they were the lost tribes. And then they found from these old newspaper reports, then they find out that there was writing in Proto-Egyptian cuneiform and paleo Hebrew, like Phoenician languages. These are ancient Hebrew and ancient Egyptian and ancient, all these different Assyrian and all these different found in America.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder they're trying to hide those skeletons, and
No kidding.
basically erase all the.
That they destroyed all of them somehow
Yeah.
along the way. They destroyed all of them. I don't know how they did it, but part of it was a war that I think because the Aztecs even have in their writings how their forefathers, which were probably could have been the Olmecs or the Toltecs, that they were in the north of Mexico fighting the giants. Now go to New Mexico or Nevada. Where is that? Lovelock Cave, Nevada, where there's the story. These miners in the early 1900s, they go and they found this cave, and the natives in that area, the Paiutes, they have this whole thing about there were these Sikaha, I forget the name of them, Sitaka, giant people that were marauding their villages, and those people would grab up children and women and children and devour them. That's the oral tradition of this Paiute group. And there was also a huge lake right there too, and that's a known thing. Like part of Lake Bonneville connected up with it, but it's like Tahonton or something like that. I think Lake Tahonton. You can look that up. Lake Bonneville and then the Salt Lake, they all probably connected in a huge lake, and they found like moccasins that were 14 and a half inches long, and mummies. They did find mummies, red-haired mummies with six fingers, 6 toes, and 2 rows of teeth in each side.
I mean, definitely those creatures, they have no soul.
So why would they hide that? Like, why would they hide that the actual Nephilim were here in this country right here? That they
I mean,
actually
there's a difference between the creation after the fallen angels came down, which were the Nephilim, the
Yeah.
actual true sons, which bear sons to human women.
Yeah, women.
And after that, there were still this knowledge about genealogy and changing genes and such, and chimeras were created and all
Exactly.
this, which forced God to make a flood to wipe this out.
Yeah.
But still, it says in scripture, after there were still giants.
Still giants
But those
are the men
giants,
of renown.
yeah, those were the creations of the Nephilim, which are known as demons. They have no soul or body, right?
Oh,
So
okay,
the Nephilim who died are in Tartarus, none of which are basically in the Greek mythology. The Gigantes,
Yeah.
the giants, they are bound in Tartarus right now. There's none of them here. No spirit from them is
No
here.
more.
But the creations of the children from them, which
Are still around?
the demons
elites
basically.
are the elites-
Which the elites basically are worshiping right now. They're
The
basically
elites are
worshiping their
transferring on
babies.
this gene. They're transferring on that gene pool, aren't they? Pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
and
what's
they
like-
try to draw wisdom or gain advantage from them, which they are also being lied to, But
So it's it's probably all those children, like, when you hear about stories of the certain princes during the British reigns of the monarchs over there and so forth, how there were like these off breeds because they were inbreeding with the same family for so long. Every now and then you would have some weird creature that would come out and they would have to hide it in the tower its whole life.
Yeah, like
So what were
what
they
is it-
doing?
what is
Like
it
they were probably manipulating way back then too with genes and all kinds of stuff. So they're partly. That's pretty scary. That's pretty scary stuff because you think about what they're doing at the at CERN with that multihedron collider, that thing.
Yeah, whatever they tell us it is, they are doing, it is not that. It's just that the people there have to play their role and tell us the stuff to make the world wonder, basically.
Yeah.
But they know how those elements, the particles or whatever, interact with each other, and they're trying to achieve something, which we don't know what it is.
You don't really know what they're trying to peek into. I would imagine they're trying to look into through the veil or something.
Yeah, I mean they can't break that, This is impossible.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's like you're trying to steer the will of God. Every element, everything He has created obeys Him, other than those who have spirit in them, which we see right now. Besides that, right?
Yeah, and everything we see here on Earth is all inside. You're not going to see anything coming from outside coming in. That has never been observed. Now, it talks about something like that in the Old Testament and so forth. But I think those kind of days are over. Maybe, I don't know. I could be wrong, unless we are able to see things maybe in our dreams before they happen, and then they do happen, and we're like, because it doesn't say in Revelations, doesn't it talk about how every man, woman, and child will see this event coming from the sky? Like, didn't
I mean,
messages?
You mean his kingdom, which he is right now building, that is coming down? Do you mean that, or
Is that right? Well, I don't know. You tell me. I mean, sure. I don't know. Like,
a physical kingdom he is creating? Basically, it's to describe what stones and how it's formed, but basically when it's coming down. I guess this is where the government tell, oh, this is an alien invasion. We have to fight against
do you
Jesus.
think that's what it is? They really maybe are.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Why
they
else
know.
would they promote this alien stuff?
They know that it's a return coming soon. They don't know
Why?
exactly
Why would they
when.
otherwise after that hide during
about
that
that.
events in the mountains and hide?
I know. Think about that. That's true. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
From the guy who was flying an aircraft back in 47, and then later in 1947, then later in 47, Roswell, New Mexico. And they made that whole thing up. Now, I don't know what exactly that is. I tend to think now that it was just a big hoax, part of the whole hoax, space hoax to begin with. Like, it started like the same time. Think about that.
Do you mean what is it called? I had the name on my tongue right now.
Majestic or something. Project. MK12 or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm talking about the UFO hoax. I think it's a big hoax. I think it's a big lie. I think it's, like you said, something that they might know of going on because of what's happening in the cosmos above us. They might already have these things projected out and know like something's coming up soon. Like, they might not. I don't think they have a full handle on what's going on. I think there could be things that are approaching, and they have news and things of things approaching, getting closer. Like, but
yeah, I mean, they are basically like every Christian, everyone who watches something and teaches, gathering information how things happen right now. We have an estimate about what might happen in a very soon future, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, they have other ways to doing exactly that for their side of how the world develops, which they think they are going to win. It's like, I mean, It's ridiculous. Even the thought of this. They know the good book, but they reject it. So. Yeah, anyway, I have to go to toilet. Be right back.
I think a lot of people see things in their dreams. Me too.
Chickadee check of the microphone. God dang it. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hey, check this out. I was just noticing. I mean, we've been on the YouTube stream, right? Been approaching 1,000 subs. We're 13 away. You think we could get 13 subscribers tonight to hit 1,000 on the YouTube stream?
Let's try it.
Yeah, let's if you guys haven't subscribed to the channel and you're listening, hit the sub. Just get us to 1,000. That really makes a difference, I think, in the YouTube algorithms. It might help people find us easier. I can apply for monetization, but I'm pretty sure I'll be denied. But whatever, I don't care about that. And
all right, 12 more to go.
All right, there we go. Yeah, everybody that's not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Hit the bell notification because I restart the stream, approximately every 12 hours. But yeah, we're just 12 more away.
Question while we have you: how can we get the Rumble to rewind? Or is that a Republicus question?
Can you? So you can't, like, when you go to the live stream, you can't click.
Yeah.
Click back. Let me try.
I was about to flame this dude today he joined the live stream, and I was like, "You just said this," and he goes, "No, I didn't say that." And I was gonna go to the live stream and rewind it. I was like, "You're lucky I'm not able to rewind it." So yeah, it's.
Oh, let me find. Yeah, Republicus is running the. It's on my account, but it's him running the live stream.
Yeah, I can ask him too if you need me.
But they should. I mean, I'm not sure. I didn't even really check out whether or not you can rewind it. Like, there's a setting in YouTube where you can go back while it's live and play it back and record it or whatever you want to do with my videos on YouTube. But I'm not sure if that's the same. If that setting's there, I can change those settings on Rumble if that's not the case. So let me check it real quick.
Well, I just posted a screenshot because FNF is live. I've been listening to them in like a headset in one of my ears, and you can see in the screenshot there they must have that setting on.
Okay, yeah. Let me check the settings because I can change those settings. Because Republicus is running it 24/7.
He mentioned that he's not going to be archiving it, so that might be part of it.
Yeah. So what you can do is if there's a portion of it that you want to record, you'll have to rewind it and then record it yourself.
Right. So we just need to be able to rewind it now.
Let me
'Cause
check
I
the
missed that
settings
moment.
on it. Yeah, let me check the settings on it. Yeah, I'll work on that. But in the meantime, let's get 12 more subscribers. Get me to 1,000 on YouTube.
Some of your channel, I'll subscribe.
Gotcha.
Oh, I can do that. Hold on.
Should be
Somebody
links.
probably hit me to it. Before I
YouTube.
can. Just now looking at the Rumble channel. But
There you go. Click the link in the chat there. Everybody go subscribe.
I'm making 8
Subscribe.
different accounts to subscribe right now.
Wow.
I'll go ahead and apply for monetization after it happens, but they're gonna deny me. But that's okay. Which I mean, it really. What's that?
I thought it was 500 subs. You have to do.
That's
No,
Rumble.
dude. I just was. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was 987 a couple of minutes ago, and I was like, hey, let's get to 1,000 tonight. We can do it.
We can do it. Just start spamming the Discord.
Timbo says he's
Yeah, I'm
already
back. Hi, Helio.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Excellent. Good to hear
Nice.
from you.
We're not fine until we hit 1,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Not fine.
And then I'll apply for monetization so they can deny me again. Which is fine. I do get donations from people, and
But even if it helps with algorithm stuff, that's good. So
yeah, that's what's most important, Well, it's just like I have over 1,000 subs on my Helio Skeptic channel. I haven't even attempted monetization on there. I've gotten emails from them saying, "Oh, we deleted your video from 4 years ago for medical disinformation." It's like, okay, so it was good for 4 years, and now all of a sudden it's not anymore. The hell is wrong with
Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble.
Yeah, I deleted several videos from my Helio Skeptic channel. Just said, well, you don't have to worry about the rest of it. Nobody can watch that video anymore. Okay. What can I do? Appeal it? No.
Yeah. If Flat Earth is so dumb, why silence it,
Well, you know what? One video, my most popular video on my Helio Skeptic channel is the one where Congress is asking YouTube what they're going to do about all these conspiracy theories. You've seen that one.
Yeah,
that's a solid video.
Yeah, and there's like 6,000 views on that video, and they haven't deleted that one because they're proud of it. Yes, we're going to censor Flat Earth.
Like look at Joe Rogan Questions Everything. Maybe you guys remember that. I didn't watch it really, but it's basically what Crispy you were just talking about. How like they'll happily put forward silly ideas like Bigfoot and aliens, but they really have to kind of keep Flat Earth sort of tucked away and only briefly mention it in passing. Like,
You're right at the top of my subscriber list.
I mean, they themselves play a dangerous game anyways because they're shadow banning and letting it stay at the same time. So they're not outright banning it, whatever it costs, It's like they're playing with fire, and gladly we are winning people.
for sure, we're also gaining people due to this. You know how a magnet has like obviously a magnetizing, but also a repelling effect, and sometimes the repel effect can be quite strong. And like a lot of the things that they do and say, especially with some of these claims that you find in the news, it tends to repel people, and so that's another way we get people as well. I mean, the YouTube's bot back in here, or the YouTube bot is back in here, so we'll have to be careful, but. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the things that they do push people away at the same time, like, you know, traps people at the gate.
That's weird. So you're saying on Rumble, on other channels you can rewind it and listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a setting I need to change.
But I think that because Republicus mentioned that he had it set so that it just always runs 24/7, and basically
Sure, I like. That's not a bad idea, but you should be able to at least. I mean, of course, you can't rewind 7 days, but
Right,
you know, but you should be able to rewind a few hours if you need to.
Yeah, I think it actually has a limit. Like I think YouTube or Rumble has a limit for that.
Yeah, well, look, they should. I mean, of course, like I said, you can't rewind a week, but
Yeah, it's like 7 to 9 hours, I think.
let me look at the settings here. See if I can
Plenty of time.
find
Back
how
and
to
make
change
it
it.
really.
Yeah, I'm in the settings right now. Let me see.
Retro and Dr. Squish have joined the panel. I'm just gonna go ahead and pop you guys off mute for now. Guys, we're live, so any kind of mayhem or chaos on the microphone, we'll just probably pop it back on mute for now. And then Retro, you probably noticed that like when you leave the call, once you've been unmuted, it just sticks the server mute back on automatically. So we'll have to just hook you up with a VC pass. So hello.
Hello.
Dr. Flat Earthers, what's going on?
Oh, okay. My bad. Give me a second.
No problem, man. Take your time.
It might be something I have to
Also,
edit the current live stream.
Squish as well. Squish, you rolling with this dude?
Oh, what'd you say?
Are you rolling with Retro?
Oh yeah.
All right, no problem. That's cool. I like to tell people that Flat Earth is kind of like way out in the sticks. You don't really like just trip and fall accidentally into a Flat Earth den. So I'm just curious, like, what brings you guys here, or what's got you poking around?
So, actually, my bad. So y'all believe in like an ice wall, right?
Ooh, probably not the way you're thinking. No.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
Not the way
If you were to
you're
like hop
thinking,
on, if you were just like listen to the Flat Earthers for like a week straight, you'll probably never even hear that word or that term ice wall. That's
Well, that's
something globalists
interesting.
typically bring up.
So like, what is like? We the reason we stumbled upon that was we were doing research on Antarctica, and they were talking about how like calculations don't make sense about how far Antarctica is to every single continent. And we looked at a map that somebody who believes in flat Earth actually made, and they believe in like an ice wall and stuff like that. So we decided to come here and see what was up with all that, and it kind of seemed to make a little bit of sense with the whole Antarctica thing, but we weren't sure. So wanted to know, like, could y'all give us like an explanation why y'all believe in that?
For sure, I got you. We just
All
have to
right.
be careful because there's a lot of imagery out there that people will offer you. But I like to look at some of that imagery. A lot of people they're not familiar with Flat Earth. Like if you just went up to your homies and you're like, "Hey, what is Flat Earth?" Most people they don't really know what it is. So you're gonna find people out here that are willing to offer you some type of imagery or something to imagine, I guess. And so what I like to do is compare that to maybe you've seen like a baby mobile over a crib. I think I have an image for us we can all take a look at. I'll put it in the chat. But like in essentially in the globe worldview, they do a very similar thing. Well, they'll present the idea in different ways for a new mind to sort of try to understand it. It's not necessarily to say this is a representation exactly of how reality is. I've got to get this image for you and make sure you guys can see. Here we go. All right,
So where is it at?
let me give you the VC pass and I'll tag you in the chat there. So
Okay.
VC ding and squish. see. All right. So right above this live stream BC, there's a voice chat.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, I see it.
here. All right. So here's the image. Everyone, if you guys want to take a look, this is a baby mobile. You might find this over a crib, right? So, and I hate to do this to you flat earthers out there that like to present this type of imagery to people, but really it trips them up. It confuses them. So I think the way to help you understand it is like, well, most people, they're not familiar with flat earth, so you're gonna find imagery out there that maybe will give you something to think about, just like this baby mobile. It's like, okay, well, we're gonna introduce you to this idea. This obviously is not the model of reality in anyone's worldview, but it's something, you know. So but like there's no like unifying model or anything like that, or all flat earthers think that this one map is the map of the world or anything like that. So I say all that to say that just have to be careful. What that one flat earther said doesn't necessarily apply to like what we will discuss here necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a couple places we could go from here, but I want you guys to get the chance to like kind of get all your questions out. So, what else you got? Or do you feel like you want to go deeper on the last thing, or do you have other questions?
I just want to add something that the ice wall is not our claim. So
okay.
the scientists have gone to Antarctica and talked about an ice wall. So it's not like we didn't make it up or anything, yeah? Like, if you think about an ice shelf, the edge of the ice shelf is going to look like an ice wall. So it's there anyway. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna post a link for you in the chat that has this term in it. Like I think it's used about like 19 times or something like that. It's just this is a United States Geological Survey. It's pubs.usgs.gov. So I'm gonna drop this link. If you want to hit a Command F for you PC users, what is it? Control F. And then search ice wall. You should be able to get something from this. But it's just like I said, if you were to hang around for a while, Retro, and just like listen in, if you're a fly on the wall, you'll probably the only time you ever hear the word ice wall or that term come up is when like a globe earther comes in, and they're like, I heard there's an ice wall, and it's like, yeah, well, okay, that's fine, but like, so if you hit that PDF and maybe search up ice wall, and maybe I'll just do that as with you here.
All right.
And then I don't particularly like that term because most people, when they hear it, they think of like a wall, like Trump, like build the wall. Like they're saying like, oh, there's a huge wall out there. You can't get over it or anything like that. I don't know. I don't particularly like the way it's characterized, ice wall. But that's not really our thing for real. So, all right.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, the first time I heard about an ice wall, the first thing I thought of was like Mei from Overwatch, like fucking launching like her ability. If any of you played Overwatch, that's the first thing I thought about. I'm like, what the fuck? An ice wall?
I don't know what that is, but you made it sound funny.
Hold on.
That's interesting.
Is it the game that has the dome as well? It's just like you go far up, you crack the dome. There's a video game out there. You crack the dome and shit falls out of the sky.
No, I put it in the live stream chat. This girl, she can literally like shoot ice walls up in front of her.
Oh,
ice wall. Okay,
that's awesome, man.
Hey, but check this out. I mean, as far as the ice wall goes, I mean, it doesn't matter what model or whatever. If you head south, you're gonna hit Antarctica. It doesn't matter where you are on Earth. If you head south, so as far as the ice wall goes, we don't necessarily know what the extent of everything. because nobody goes that far, especially in the South Pacific. Nobody goes that way. No, you're only there's only certain places you're going to experience what they call the ice wall.
Yup. And that's what we're thinking about too. Like, that's what we thought about when I was talking about it with Squish. But another thing too that we were wondering about was a speculation that a lot of the stuff that they show us from like NASA and stuff like that is fake. And I was wondering what y'all thought about it, because there's also like a popular video that came out that shows how easy it is to fake, like, what is it, space, like it was like a Tesla car or something like that in space, and then it showed like, oh, it was in a warehouse, something like that.
I mean, it's not really as complicated as it might seem, but it's just like Hollywood, man. Like when you watch Interstellar, that was a dope movie, not gonna lie. Interstellar, did you see that? Watch that movie?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that was a good one though. There was two really good space movies that came out like a few years ago. There was Interstellar and Gravity with Sandra Bullock, and Interstellar was with Matthew McConaughey, I believe his name is. You should watch Interstellar, man. It's actually pretty good, even for like a coming from a flat earther. Like,
Isn't that where they get to a black hole? Like get
he
close
goes
to a
into
black hole? Yeah, that's true.
It's actually pretty well. It's very well done. I thought it was pretty good. So
I do too.
But like when they do space movies, like you're not like, well, how did they pull that off, man? Like it's not like filmed in real time, you know, like, oh, we're doing this in space because we want it to be as real as possible. No, they're making it look super real, with, you know, whatever effects and stuff that they have. So so now NASA, they can't do that. I don't believe that. I don't know why anyone wouldn't think that they had that potential at least to pull that off. So yeah, it's just one thing to keep in mind is, because what you'll find in mainstream is that, oh, flat earthers are just, it's opposite day for flat earthers. Whatever the government says, they're just gonna go and do the opposite. But it's really, I don't want you to fall for that. It's not the case. Our case, our presentation of the flat earth, really has no bearing on NASA or anything like that. And honestly, let's say I did take NASA really seriously. I'm like, no, NASA, they're lying. They're the worst. You can just be like, well, we have SpaceX, bro. Now SpaceX. So that's one way to kind of like, you know, that's why I shouldn't take NASA really seriously, because then, well, there's SpaceX. And then if I took SpaceX really seriously, you'd be like, well, there's the European Space Agency or the Japanese Space Agency. So we just don't really base our presentation off of like, well, the government says, therefore. It's really like, well, the Earth says, therefore. Regardless of what some other goofballs out here say in a white coat, they can say whatever they want.
True.
So, yeah, I mean,
So Retro,
yeah.
about the pictures, right? You said they look sketchy, or whatever. You have questions about them. So they claim to take those pictures, right, in a sky vacuum. So they can't be real, and I'll tell you why.
Oh wow.
Right? We have something called the second law of thermodynamics. It's a natural law that states that entropy is always increasing, right? So high pressure will always move to low pressure. On this earth, we have an atmos, right? So we have air that we breathe, so pressurized air. They claim that we have an open system, that this ball earth is an open system with the sky vacuum above our heads, with 10 to the negative 17 torr. We have roughly 14.7 psi air pressure here on the ground of Earth. So if there was no container of some sort above our heads, according to natural law, the second law of thermodynamics, all of our gas pressure on Earth would disperse and seek to fill the void, or the container or the volume above our heads, right? So all the gas would leave Earth and we wouldn't be able to breathe. Therefore, any space agency across the world, regardless of what they claim, regardless of how good their pictures or how bad they look, we don't even need to talk about CGI. because the place that they claim they took those pictures in cannot exist as they tell us it exists, right? So they can't go there, and we know that because natural law can't be broken. Unless they can demonstrate how we could have gas pressure here on Earth without a container, we know for a fact any claims made about that sky vacuum can't be real. Does that make sense?
A little bit. So you're saying that we can't take pictures in space because we have we're in a container kind of. That's why the air gas is not leaving the Earth.
Right. So we can't have an open system that. Do you know what an open system is?
Not really. No.
Okay, so an open system is a system that matter and energy can freely traverse, right? So rockets can leave, energy can leave, right? And they can go back and forth. You could fly a rocket out into space, and you can come back, right? Because there's no containment.
Yep.
But that means the gas, like I said, the high pressure gas on here, if it were an open system, would disperse into that space. I mean, the supposed volume of that space above our heads is unfathomably large, right? Like four times 10 to the 80th meters cubed or something, which you can't even conceive, right? So we can't go to that space because there must be containment above our heads, and we're not making claims as to what that container is, a dome, whatever it is. We know that there must be some sort of containment because we have gas pressure here on Earth. And the very definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas molecules exert on the walls of their container. So by necessity, there must be containment on this Earth in order for us to breathe.
Amen.
So that makes sense because what is it? Don't they say we have an ozone layer or something like that?
When I was little, I used to think the ozone layer was a physical container, like you know, an eggshell or something like that, because they would say it had holes in it. So I'm like, oh well, it must be like some sort of hard barrier that has holes or something like that. Really, though, the truth is ozone is just more gas. So Russ is making a good point here. This is one of the tougher pills to swallow for people, is this gas pressure thing. Like, I think even flat earthers, you guys probably should pinch yourselves every once in a while and remind yourself when you go outside, that's really inside though. You know what I mean? And so mainstream media is going to present a flat earth floating pizza planet in space. So the reason why we talk about gas pressure is to say that, well, there is no pizza planet in space. The Earth is enclosed, so we're not floating around. There's no outer space. Essentially, we're all within some sort of space. It's kind of trippy, really.
It is trippy because Earth, and I've used this phrase many times, and I've kind of coined the phrase. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. There's nothing else. I think, freaking, what's his name? The science guy?
Bob.
Not Bob, the science guy. No, the bow tie guy. Bill Nye, the science guy, said, Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth.
Oh, really? He said that?
I agree. Yes, and I agree with him.
I thought I had that on the soundboard somewhere. Where's that?
Wait. Okay. So
Now he doesn't believe it, but for some reason, I guess he was smoking weed that day, or he smoked some crack or something, and he just said, "Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth."
He said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah,
it was a nice little slip of the tongue for sure. But yeah, I mean,
Squish remembers that she said that she did see that.
Outside is inside.
So, I'm gonna come back to the other saying with like how the Earth looks. But I had another question. So, what is the basis of what y'all believe, and what would be the difference from what y'all believe and the rest of the world believes?
Get him, Russ.
Biggest difference is we know, right? So we don't need any belief. Belief is required to think that you're living on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, right? Nobody can prove that. If I were to ask you, and we're not gonna go that route and ask you why, whether you believe it or not, and if so, why. But that's the only belief here in this pretty much dichotomy, right? Flat Earth or a globe. So there's no belief required. We can go out and test reality. The globe gives.
And also, that was kind of a general. It's just like the rest of the world believes it. Now, do you know that for a fact? I mean, you don't know everybody in the world and what they believe. I mean, I used to believe the Earth was a globe, just like everybody else here. All of the flat earthers here used to believe the Earth was a globe.
Here's the thing.
How,
Oh, go ahead, Russ. Go ahead.
no, you can. I was going to ask him if he knows how we wound up here.
No.
Yeah. So it's because the globe has some very specific claims on the table. Most of us go through life without even investigating them, right? We just kind of accept it and appeal to the wrong authority figures to kind of get our information and say, okay, and that's how we form our belief. But they claim the Earth is a ball of a certain size, right? We can go out and we should be able to see that curve when, for example, looking over, an ocean from the shore, right? So the horizon is supposed to be Earth curve, right? I don't know if you've heard the phrase "boats going over the horizon" before.
Oh yeah.
Right. So they give us a value for the radius of this Earth that we're supposed to be, standing on, and they also give us math to check that and verify whether that checks out in reality. And every time we test those maths, it fails. So, like I said, we wound up at this. Well, I wound up at this position because I started looking into the claims on the table about the globe. Gas pressure was probably the biggest one for a lot of us, right? You can't have gas pressure without a container. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't until somebody can show how we could violate that, which I've never seen. That holds true. The other one is the curvature claim, and somebody else could get into more technical detail about it. But the reality is, we're told the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. When we go out and test that, according to the maths that they provide us, we do not ever confirm that radius value. So it can't be a ball of the size that they tell us. All right, I yield. Creation. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize, brother. That's a great point. I was gonna address something just a slight, off kilter. So it's good that you hit that. I'm over here thinking about how to put this forward to you, but think of like, say, you're a really big sports fan. You love like a basketball team, right? You're so dedicated. You love the team so much that you're gonna travel. You're willing to go into like away games and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You're gonna go into away arenas where it's homecoming for them. Everyone's rowdy. No one's on your side. That's what it takes to be a flat earther for real. Because you're asking like, well, what about you guys and what about all these other people? Those people are not willing to travel with the home team, bro. They're gonna stay for the home games only. You know what I mean? The Globe home game, Globe homecoming, they'll show up and cheer because it's easy. Everyone's on the same team. They just blend in with everyone else. But if you're really about it, you're gonna go to those away games and like, you know what I mean? And so I don't think that most people are willing to kind of go against the grain, and they're not really about it like that. And so I think you kind of have to be on your own journey. I don't know if like Christmas or Santa Claus was a big tradition for you, but it was for me. You know, my parents went hard for that, and so like it took me to do my own creeping down the stairs one night and figure out, oh shit, like I've been lied to. And so
Yeah.
really it doesn't matter like, oh, well, what about my classmates or what about my teachers? I found out the truth and you just move on from there. So I don't know. Don't worry too much about like, well, what about all these other how come they haven't looked into it? They ain't ready. They're not ready to crawl down the stairs yet. They're happy believing in Santa Claus and they're gonna do it again next year. So I wouldn't worry too much about those folks. You're on your own. The fact that you're here is a good start. And a lot of people don't want to wake up, so they're comfortably asleep and leave them alone. Let them slumber. So
Oh, you know what's funny is that a lot of them people who believe in the globe, like one of my old friends. Well, I'm still like, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm still trying to get convinced by flat Earth. I'm trying to do some critical thinking, see what I believe in, do my own research and all that. That's why I'm here, by the way. But they have like what they were doing is that they were saying that y'all don't even got science or good science to back it up. Y'all got some stupid what is it called? Models to show that flat earth is real, this and that, and that's how it works. But I come here, y'all haven't shown me any of that. But y'all have actually given me scientific what is it called? Explanations for some my bad. English is not my first
no,
language.
you're good. And I probably we got to help you out a little bit too because if people are
Yeah.
saying like, oh, the flat earthers they don't have science, well, really what that is their whole I know what science is wig just flopped off and hit the ground because most people they don't know what science is either. And so the flat earth really doesn't fall like the earth in general, regardless of what shape you think it is. And flat's not a shape by the way, but that doesn't fall into or what is the earth doesn't fall into the science category. Science is a method that you would use to determine cause and effect relationships. Like, well, I noticed this water boils. Well, let's determine the cause for that. So the Earth and like, well, what is it? You're not really using science to determine any cause and effect relationships in here. So to say like, oh, well, they don't have science or the flat Earth, like that is a L on their part to even say that. It just shows they don't know what science is.
The category error.
Yeah.
The shape of the Earth, quote unquote, it's not within the scientific purview. So it's a what or is question, right? You're trying to determine or describe a concrete noun. Science establishes cause and effect relationships of phenomenon that we observe in nature. Now, the problem is they use the word science so loosely now, I feel as kind of a psychological tactic to kind of convince people and make people, stop investigating things and just take it. If they slap a word science on something, okay, that means it's empirical. We don't have to investigate it any further. But they've kind of Jedi mind tricked us into not knowing what science is. It's a very specific method, and it's not needed to determine a shape or describe the surface of something.
Yeah, I mean they bet on their what they have learned. So basically, they are betting on their indoctrination level to trigger it over and over again, so they don't look any further, just to passively agree with whatever they say it is, but it's not.
I want to highlight how science is probably one of the biggest buzzwords that I've heard around this topic for the last few years. I came up with this whole buzzword earther term because, bro, people will just throw around these buzzwords willy-nilly. So I have maybe one or two clips we can take a listen to where you can see it in real time. Where people just toss around scientifically and science, and you can it just shows like they don't know what it is, man. Let's take a listen to what that sounds like here. I've got 2 clips for you guys. Let's take a listen.
I bet.
Is that proven? Where's the statistics showing me that?
Do I need statistics to tell you that the sky's blue?
I mean, if you're telling me that's a fact, that most men don't like their women out, where's the statistics? Where's the actual facts? I need like
You
scientific
do realize that
proof.
sometimes, like, do you need a study to tell you 1 + 1 is 2? 2?
Yeah, because otherwise,
Incredible.
mathematics,
Wow.
they're actually
Okay.
like scientific.
You were saying that monogamy is not the natural order of things for humans.
Yes. So I was talking about just like genetically and kind of why we're facing a lot of the issues that we're facing nowadays may be rooted to how we originally evolved, like started evolving. Did you want me to like go over the whole like scientific theory or no?
Bruh.
So this might be a little off topic, but like when we're looking at science and we're going way back in the day, like way back at the beginning of human evolution, there was actually studies that found that the human species as a whole was not scientifically meant to be monogamous, right? So there's scientific evidence that supports the reason why like females are able to orgasm multiple times is because they were supposed to go with multiple partners. And literally the shape,
Oh my god, fuck.
and the shape of the man's like head is literally shaped like that to scoop out
Sorry,
competitor
guys, we have a
sperm,
really bad
right? Because just like in the race of which sperm is going to be able to fertilize
Sorry,
the
guys,
egg,
we had a really
it
bad
was the
spill.
same thing with male competitors back in the day in the beginning of evolution.
She belongs to the streets.
What the fuck did I just listen to?
I think that was crazy, the fact that she said that. But if you guys, I know that was a little long there towards the end, but how many times did anybody count how many times she said the word science? She said scientifically meant to. The hell is that? Scientifically meant to be. What? That's not a thing. Scientifically meant to be. What? Dude. Okay, so that's just to highlight that most people don't know what science is, man. So if they're like, well, flat earthers don't have the science, bro. He doesn't know what science is either.
Wow. Yeah, that was interesting. Okay. So my next question is so what does the earth look like to y'all then? Like what is it supposed to be? What do you know it's supposed to look like?
I love this question. What is it supposed to look like, bro? Really, the only answer though, Retro, is like it just looks like the way it does now. I get what you're asking. What does it all look like? Nobody's gonna be able to tell you that, but that also would apply to like if you believe in the globe, right? In outer space and all of reality, what does all of that look like? Well, it's not like any human being who lives here on Earth can tell you what shape all of reality is because we're not able to see. It's not like you can look at the universe like you can look at a puppet on your hand, right? That's not a POV that you have of reality. So I think that applies to the flat earth as well. So unfortunately, I don't have the God's eye view of the earth. I can't look at the earth like I can look at a puppet on my hand. So I'm not able to tell you what shape it all is. When we describe flat, it is really the surface, what the surface is doing, and we can go over kind of the nature of the surface and its dichotomy, but it's not a shape. And really, if you were going to really press me, Retro, if you're like, no, I need to know a shape, tell me now, I'd be like, all right. Let's just take a look at most things in nature then. I would ask you probably, what shape is your hair? What shape is your heart? What shape is a lake? And these things, if you've noticed the pattern here, these things are irregular in nature. They don't really have cute shaped names like square, triangle, circle. So if you were to press me and say, I need to know what shape you think the Earth is, I mean, hot take, it's probably irregular like most things. But my ultimate point that I think I would like you to understand is that we don't have the ability to see the Earth from some outside point of view. And that also applies to anyone who believes in the universe as well. So it's not like they know what all of reality looks like. So we don't know, bro. What shape? We don't know. So we're a lot less concerned with that, actually, what shape the Earth is.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So that does make sense. That does make sense.
So, hearing that should, if someone comes along to you next time and they're like, "So here, bro, it's a disc. Look," like, well, that you should throw up a red flag and be like, "Well, how are you able to see the Earth from that point of view to tell me what it all looks like?" You might just expose a few fakers out there. Who knows? Because they definitely are out there. People trying to pretend to be flat earthers and stuff like that. So it's something to be careful of. But these are some good questions, man. Yeah, so you got any other questions or anything? Or what's your boy Squish? Why are you being shy, man? Go ahead and chime in.
Oh,
I'm sure you
it's
got some
because they're
questions.
eating. That's why.
Oh, okay. All right. Nice.
But the other thing, like until last night, we're talking about this whole thing, and I was like, the Earth cannot be flat because, like, look at all the stuff in the sky. It's round, right?
Mm.
I'm trying to see what you got to say about that.
Oh,
Like,
that's an
why
easy-
is it circular?
That's an easy one, man. I'm about to crush this one out the park, bro. That's an easy one. But well, there's a couple things here. Number one, like if you really were to like look up in the sky and look for a resemblance, what up there compares to down here? When I look up there, personally, I see things that twinkle and glow and they're moving in the sky and stuff like that. But I look around here and I'm like, well, I see like trees and lakes and stuff like that. I don't really see I don't see a resemblance. But people are really quick to make a comparison. We must be like that. And so I don't think they compare. Number two, when it comes to flat Earth, I love this analogy. I'm a big analogy guy. You probably learned that if you hang around for a while. But like, just like you can't take Super Smash Bros. That's a GameCube game. And if anyone's not a gamer, those GameCube games, they were tiny, real small. Okay, you can't throw that and load it into like an Xbox 360 or a
No.
PlayStation 2. They're not compatible. And so if the question is, well, how come all those planets, quote unquote, are spheres? Why is this one planet, quote unquote, a flat one? Well, now you've just tried to load a disk into the wrong system. So the flat Earth does not belong in outer space. We don't, first of all, the Earth, people are going to be surprised to hear this, but the Earth is not a planet. Again, planets are things that move, all right, and they glow or twinkle or whatever the hell they're doing. The Earth doesn't do that. It definitely doesn't move. So, at least in our point of view, from our presentation, we're telling you the Earth doesn't move. So, the Earth is not a planet. So there's no that question of like, well, how come the other planets are doing this and this planet's different? Wrong. That's the wrong idea. Now we're trying to cram the wrong CD into the wrong, console, and so we got to kind of think about it differently than that. So hopefully that helps. I know it's tough, but just like we said, there's no outer space. So we can't put a flat Earth in outer space and say, okay, well, let's think of how that would work. We don't.
I know, I understand.
So
it's like, what is it called? I was gonna ask. So, are you religious? By like, you believe in anything?
I wish we could do a poll, like just like on YouTube. I wish we could do a poll to like see how many people in the panel would raise their hand for that. I don't think there's a huge religious twist here. Obviously, within any group of people, you're going to find some variety here. Whether it's, really just scoop up 100 people off the earth, you're going to find some variety in what they believe. And so that's really not independent or exclusive to the group of flat earthers. You're going to find some variety. There's not really like one thing. We all read Bible verses together. Some people might be on that type of timing, but not everyone. But again, this is true for people who believe in the globe as well. You're going to find variety. Some that read the Bible that believe in the globe, some read the Bible that believe in flat earth, some read the Bible, just some don't read the Bible. So yeah, I don't think it's super religious. It's not based on religion, I would say. It's really more based on what the earth is doing or what the earth is, not necessarily what a book would say.
Okay.
Yeah. Even if the book was facts and everything, you would still have to go into reality and be like, all right, well, let's just double check here. It wouldn't just be like, well, the book says it, so therefore that's what it is type of thing. I don't think people move that type of way here.
Because we also looked at what it's supposed to look like in religion, at least Christianity, and why they believed that back then, the way it was described. And it kind of sounds like what you're saying for some reason. So that's what I was asking.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, the biblical, because if you Google biblical cosmology, I'll just do that. I think that's exactly what you're just describing. I'm really careful. I'm so careful with me giving someone imagery. It's good that you came up with that on your own. That's good. I'll give you the confirmation and say it's probably closer to that than what mainstream wants you to think flat Earth is. So it's good that you were able to kind of think on the fly there, think on your feet to get to that. So shout out to you for that. Now that may or may not be what the Earth is, but again, it's kind of like that baby mobile. It's like a way to think about it for someone that's never been or never had a way to think of it before. So. Yep.
All right. Yeah,
those are good questions.
Thank you. I think that's pretty much it so far. I'm go ahead and write some more down. Definitely gonna come back and ask for more next time.
Nice, man. Nice.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Y'all pretty cool. Y'all not y'all didn't try to attack me or anything like that.
No,
we were just waiting. Now it's time to attack you. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, check this out. While you guys were talking, Jay Zilla posted an image, and he wants us to talk about it.
All right.
Actually, what I want is him to explain it before we talk about it. So, Jay Zilla, you have access to your microphone?
Oh,
yeah, dude.
Yeah, go ahead and explain what you're trying to explain. Yes, it's an image. We see it. What is that?
Well, basically what it is, it's a depiction of reciprocal zenith angles, dude. So as you can see, they're greater than 180. So would that happen, say, if the Earth was flat?
Can we get a little more cowbell?
Yeah, we're gonna have to have some more context. Yeah.
Cowbell, dude.
No, that's it.
Cowbell meaning context. I mean, just because you give a little portion of an image, I mean, you have some angle and arc things there. What is it?
Had no meat on it.
Give us the backbone. Come on, man.
It's more than 100 degrees, so it's a globe. So there you go. Shut the server down.
No, Jay Zilla, man. How is this? Whatever you just posted, this is your. What is this?
Well, essentially, dude, it's these verticals, these zeniths. They're not parallel, dude.
I don't see any zeniths on that on that image that you posted.
You don't see the vertical lines, dude?
I mean, but can you like, I don't know, could you kind of just walk us through this? I mean, there's a lot of numbers and things going on here. Like, so where do we start? Where do you want to start? Like top left and kind of work through it, or? I mean, this is. Why don't you just help a brother out, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like we know what a zenith is. Don't it's not like we're ignorant about this. I mean,
I don't know. Should I read it right to left like some Japanese shit, or like what? What should I? What do you want me to? Where do you want me to do with this?
Well, you've got two theodolite readings facing each other, dude.
Okay, well then you could have started with that and said, "Hey, these are theodolite readings, and from different points on Earth, or are they close together or far away from each other?"
Well, they're 58,492 feet apart.
Jayzilla, are they using any sort of reference ellipsoid here?
So they're 10 miles apart. Is that what you're saying?
I see WGS. I see the geoid 12B. So are they projecting this onto a reference ellipsoid?
Yeah, dudes. Well, that's the geodetic datum.
Right.
That.
Okay, so they're taking direct measurements and then plugging them into a program, right? To get
right. So the original theodolite measurements aren't part of this. The original theodolite measurements are not on this.
They are
because
on this.
Really, how can you use a theodolite over 10 miles? That's just they're not designed to do that.
You can absolutely do that, dude.
Really? With what? What kind of theodolite are you using?
Oh, I didn't use it. So this is not my measurement.
You're about to learn something right now.
This is a measurement from Larry Scott, a very well-known and trusted.
A well-known, trusted guy that will tell you that theodolites aren't designed to measure that distance. Now, this is the results, maybe over.
I have used a theodolite for work. Yeah, theodolite is used over a maximum of about 1 kilometer without a prism, and about 1.5 kilometers with a prism, and that's the very maximum. And it's usually not used over that distance. That's maxing it out. Yeah.
They're not measuring that total distance. They're just measuring the zenith angles, dude.
Yeah, no shit. We're quite aware.
Yeah. So,
well, actually, I mean, for theodolites, I mean, as far as it's really for measuring the land. I mean, the flatness of the land. That's basically what a theodolite's for. Flatness of the land, not curve of the land.
The distance between the theodolites is irrelevant. It's about the measurement of the zenith angle, dude.
No, they don't. You don't measure. You don't use two theodolites to measure against each other. It's not how the theodolite's used.
Well, what you're doing here is you're measuring the zenith angle. That's all you're doing, regardless of the distance between them. It doesn't come into contention, dude. So if the Earth were to be flat, they should both be at 90. But they ain't, dude.
But like, what is the brown line?
The brown line?
Or the yellow tan?
That's the topography.
That's the topography. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
are there any presumptions involved here?
Yeah, it's a slope, basically. From a higher point to a lower point. Is that a slope?
One question at a time, if you can, please. So, presumptions, as in?
Yeah, I was just curious. As in, I don't know. When we look at this image here, the 0-09-37.11 curve, and then we have the 1782 4.414. Those curved lines, is that to be? What is that? Is that the curvature? Is that the Earth, or what are those two lines supposed to represent there?
Yeah, they do, but they're irrelevant. Again, you guys are focusing. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
I'm just curious, like, what are the two lines?
Look, it's not my diagram, but those curved lines, they're irrelevant to the point of the diagram.
Why are they there?
Well, I mean, you said the zenith angle, right? So if you're measuring over land, I mean, the zenith angle. I mean, say you're standing on somewhere, and then you're using a theodolite to measure something, say a mile away. If you had a really good theodolite, then if it's higher or lower, then you're just measuring the angle between that theodolite and the instrument used. But the person standing there. And it's like, okay, well, here's the slope value of that. It really has nothing to do with curvature at all.
So like I said earlier, the main the crux of the argument here is that the zenith angles there are not parallel.
Yeah, but like
they're greater than 180.
Telling us that the graph shows it, or the little picture shows that on an image on a screen, but.
Yeah,
I mean, we haven't really got an actual argument, though. You haven't really broken it down.
You're not even going to find a theodolite that can measure a mile away.
That's not the point, dude. Again,
I know that's what you're just going to.
Oh, you haven't really.
That's my point. My point is that you're going to find theodolites that can only measure a certain distance, and then you're going to throw a bunch of math at it and say, "Here's how we found the globe."
So
that's what the geodetic surveying is. Because they just throw a bunch of math in it, pretend the Earth is a globe by using flat measurements.
So you already have a presupposed radius value in the geoid model. So we're trying to figure out where you got that geoid from. You're taking measurements and plugging it into that geoid model. The model is in contention. Of course, it's going to show non-parallel zeniths once you plug it into the projection. But whereas for a direct
if you throw curve calculations in there after the fact, then of course you're gonna fucking get a globe.
There are no
putting it into a globe model.
No calculations are made after the fact. These are direct.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And we know that for a fact.
A presupposed geoid.
We've had geodetic surveyors on here on this channel that have admitted that that's what they do.
What are those things called when you were in school? Your teacher would have this like overhead projector. Is that what it's called? Where they have this like little thing that projects onto a whiteboard or whatever. Okay, what this is not that, where the Earth is projecting this. Okay, someone had to make this and okay, we're gonna draw it like this and all this stuff. So I don't think this is exactly the best representation of reality to say, no, but this is what it is. Yeah, but someone just drew it like that, though, Or
I mean, he's probably been following Jesse Kozlowski and that, right? You know who that is, right?
Yeah, this argument's been going around a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he's admitted that's exactly what they do. They use local flat measurements and then plug in curvature calculations to the measurements.
As AI says, they shove it into a cheese grater, which is the.
I like that.
He admitted that, man. I mean, how can you deny it?
We might need to update that with a globe grater or some shit like that. But that is funny. I like that a lot.
He was breaking down how the WGS84 and geodesy works. He had me dying. I gotta find the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
All right. So, have you ever heard him say that?
No, I haven't.
Well, you need to hear them talk to a flat earther, and we'll get him to say, "Yes, we definitely plug in the globe math after we measure it flat."
I just think, do you feel like you have a good understanding of the argument, or it's kind of you're still learning it, or what? Jason?
Yeah. I think I've got a decent understanding. There's probably a few things that I'm not too sure of, but I think the crux of the argument is, like I said, the zenith angles. Irregardless of it.
What about refraction calculations up here? Can you define refraction?
Refraction, dude.
Yeah, it's in your
Yeah.
calculations here. This is yours, right? You fucking posted this horseshit, correct?
It's not mine. It's Larry Scott's.
Well, now, as soon as Larry Scott, I fucking hammered his dumbass like 4 years ago. You see, as soon as you post this, this becomes yours. So, I'm looking at this diagram. All this is a fucking cartoon, right? This isn't reality, number one. Number two, you got refraction measured? Really? What the fuck is refraction?
It's a light phenomenon, dude. It's like
No, it's not, dude. Dude, that's wrong. I need a citation for what refraction is right now.
citation. Okay, I'll get one.
Yeah,
for you.
not you making shit up.
I'll get one for you, dude.
You bet
Relax.
you better be right too, because it's going to be your ass.
Okay. Give me a second here.
Fucking clowns. Reciprocal zenith angle on my cartoon.
Ooh. Man, I feel like if I was presenting the Black Swan like this, it would be what the kids call fumbling the bag. Because I mean, we got the image, but all I've heard is like
This isn't an image.
a cartoon.
This is
Yeah,
a
exactly.
fucking
Yeah, it's a cartoon. Yeah,
I was trying to be nice, all right. But yeah, it is a cartoon. It's just a
We got
drawing.
refraction all over this fuckwit thing. Refraction measured. All the refraction calculations over here. This is going to be a hoot. Get your popcorn out.
But a surveyor, most of the time they're only measuring maybe at the most 250 yards, and they're not using refraction. They're just measuring over Earth. They're measuring slope.
All right, he posted a definition from his alma mater.
From his alma mater wiki.
No, it's not Wiki, dude. It's Merriam-Webster.
That's even worse.
Damn.
Do you want to read it out for us, or do you want me to read it? Or
Oh
do we
no,
just-
I'll read it. I'll read
All
it. The deflection from a straight path undergone by a light ray. Lights are the rays of light don't exist, but I digress. Deflection from a straight path undergone by a light ray or energy wave. Oh fuck. In passing obliquely from one medium, such as air, into another, such as glass. All right, Crayon Muncher. Can you show two mediums between those theodolites?
Two mediums? Well, there's probably just one. It'll just
Yeah.
be gas.
Yeah, so that isn't fucking refraction, dude. By your own definition.
Yeah, the thing is, refraction. Wow, that's really distracting. That
Yeah,
soundboard, dude.
you're fucking compromised. You have to have two mediums for refraction. And they measured it in this fuckwit diagram cartoon? Really? So they're measuring imagination?
Yeah, refraction was never part of my argument.
It's on your fucking diagram.
Yeah,
It's in the
disregard that.
calculations.
I wouldn't regard that as part of the
What are you
argument. though.
talking about? Refraction was never. It's on the fucking diagram. The calculations.
Yeah, but my argument was about the angles measured.
Yeah, that's gonna influence the fucking angles.
Yeah, but not by
Fucking
much.
retarded. Are you
With a
retarded?
theodolite that's
Are you
only
retarded?
designed to measure angles.
Are you retarded, sir?
No, sir, I am not.
Okay, so this is fuck. You're just mindlessly parroting some ball-tard horseshit. I could debunk this in a number of ways. Number one, refraction. Let's go down to the bottom. It says approximate radius of it. What the fuck is a geoid?
It's a mathematical model of planet.
We don't live on mathematical models, sunshine. That's a reification fallacy.
I agree. We don't.
So this thing, just fucking delete this fucking thing and go back and try again.
Yeah, like I said originally, I just posted it for us to have a discussion. Look, I'm not that well versed in it, but from what I could see,
All right, cool. Are you
I'm
curious
discussing it.
about being well versed in it?
Hold
Yeah.
on, Helio. I got this.
Go ahead.
We're discussing it, and I just hammered it into the incoherent oblivion. I would like to take your next statement. By the way, I believe the Earth is a globe. See, that's the fucking problem. What does believe mean?
well, it's not knowledge per se. It's just something you could say you have faith in it. You have a good
correct.
degree. Yeah,
That's correct. Yeah,
I stand by that. Yeah.
Specifically, just hold on, just relax. Okay? Specifically, belief means acceptance without evidence.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
So you believe this isn't a believe forum. This forum discusses the nature of reality empirically and objectively.
Okay.
So, our question to you, since you brought your fuckwit proof right here, I got one for you. How the hell can you have a horizon on a globetard?
A horizon on a globetard. Well, the horizon is just
I didn't ask you what a horizon was. So answer the question. Do you understand? Have you ever heard the slope-intercept formula before?
No, sir.
It's y = mx plus b. We all learned it in junior high school, which states that a horizontal line has a slope of 0. And a horizontal line is derived from horizon. Do you know what the definition of curvature is?
It's a change in elevation.
It's a change in the rate of slope. So a slope, a non-zero number. So how can we have horizons on the Earth? We see horizons, correct?
Yeah.
They have a slope of 0. How can we have a horizon on a globetard when a horizon has slope of 0, but the whole damn thing is curving? The whole Earth is curving and has a rate of change of slope at a non-zero number. And how can that? That's a paradox.
Yeah, I guess it is kind of a paradox. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so we roll with what we observe in nature or our reality. Horizons have slope of 0. It's impossible to have a horizon on a globe. Impossible.
I guess when you put it that way, yeah. Would have to agree. I mean,
yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests, smoke them if you got them. I'll be in the area all week. Thank you.
I got to turn that soundbot down, dude. It's so distracting. Oh yeah, you brought up some fair points, Mr. Quantum Eraser. I thank you for your knowledge here, dude. That dude. He's a little angry though, isn't he?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Not tonight at all.
No, that's
Really?
not anger at all.
I've
No,
never
it's not
unloaded.
anger. I mean, he was, he's pointing out the things even more than I was saying. I mean, we're pretty much saying, like, the theodolites measure slope over the.
I can handle this,
certain
Helio.
portion of
Thank
Earth.
you. He's talking to me. So
God
you're
damn.
now going to appeal. You're going to divine my fucking emotional state.
I'm not divining it. You're kind of making it quite evident with your tone of voice and
Angry. Well, what? And go ahead. So we don't really care about that. Those are Nancy Fag appeals to emotion. We don't give a shit. You see, I got severe contempt over the past 8 years for pretender clown numpty dipshits that been pissing down my back and telling me it's raining. But when I all of a sudden turn around and I see that they're peeing on my back with their Tootsie Roll deck, I just fucking rip it right off their torso.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like the
Just
X's in the diagram too. That fucking cracks me up, CB.
Oh, dude, he can't. Every time I try to address a part, he's like, "Well, just disregard that part." So what is the part we should? Did I
Don't
miss
go
anything?
back to it. Don't.
All right.
Creation Bear.
No, you're gonna make him more angry, dude. Don't do that.
Now, Creation Bear, we already debunked that. We got better things to do. We can move on. So we already did the slope of dope. Has he seen the Black Swan by chance?
I have, sir.
Do you know the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, I think I do.
Oh,
It's
that doesn't sound too confident.
Stop the cap.
Modus Tollens.
Yeah, it's a modus tollens. Yes, you got 1/16 of it, right?
Yeah, it's those oil rigs, I think, off the coast of California.
That's not the argument.
I'm just, getting some context here. So it's something like you're seeing the horizon too far away.
Correct.
You should be seeing it at a certain distance if the Earth were to be a globe, and it's clearly beyond the oil rigs.
Clearly, yes.
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah,
right,
it's.
I'll post it.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. So you have the argument there. I'll just go through it. Modus tollens, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than, that's a very important statement right there, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, because the horizon the distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. That's the argument. The evidence is the photo.
Yeah.
So we got
Yes.
an observer at 1 foot in observer height. That's not in question. It's never been in question. If you have a question about that, we have the video where it came from. This photo is captured from a video, and all I did was color contrast it to bring the horizon out just a little bit more so we could see it. So we have an observer at 1 foot height elevation. So the max distance to the geometric horizon should be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So an observer at 1 foot, the maximum distance, it can be closer, but the maximum distance to the geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles. We have platform hill house and platform habitat. One of these are going to be decommissioned, by the way. Just FYI, but I digress. Where's the horizon in this photo?
It's clearly behind the
So it's safe to
platform
say
habitat.
it's safe to say that it's 10 miles away.
Yeah, you could say that. Probably
Using
further.
Pythagorean, if we were to use just 10 miles away, it's much further than that. I can't confirm that, but we can just safely say it's 10 miles away. Using Pythagorean formula if that horizon is just a mere 10 miles away, the Earth's radius is 264,000 miles.
Damn. Yeah, look, I have seen this before. I think the common retort to this is refraction, but I don't even buy that.
Yeah,
I don't even buy that, dude.
Bruh. As soon as somebody says that, they give up all the geometry of their Baltard and it fucking implodes in on them. That refraction, yeah, the whole argument implodes in on them because they're denying the geometric horizon of the globetard. And then we already went over refraction, so we don't have to go there anymore. And
Yeah,
by
well,
the way,
yeah.
By the way, the effects of fairy tale fuckwit refraction have nothing to do with this photo because this photo's argument is about the horizon. There's no effects of the fairy tale fuckwit refraction that affect the horizon. It's always objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself.
Yeah, you would have to look through the water in order to see that, and this is not in the case.
Yeah, I agree with that. I never thought that horizon would actually that refraction would affect the horizon.
Even if it did exist, right?
Yeah. So I had a friend of mine that actually, presented this argument to me. He's a flat earther, and honestly, it had me stumped. I didn't really know how to.
Well, now you're talking to the
respond.
author of the argument.
Oh, damn!
You're in the
Fair.
presence of fucking royalty.
Oh wow! Hell yeah, dude!
Yeah. Oh, that was a good one, Creation Bear. That was right on time. I was laughing the same way. There's another one. Are you familiar with? So that's number 2.
Yeah.
Let's round it out with 3 of them. How about that? Are you aware of celestial navigation, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand that the Navy requires their navigators to be experts in celestial navigation.
I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense, right? You see, when you use a sextant, a mariner sextant, we're not talking about a Air Force bubble sextant. That's another argument, but it's equally as deadly. Let's just stick with the mariner sextant. When you pull that sextant, as soon as you grab that sextant, you're immediately a flat earther. Do you know why?
Because you're measuring angles.
Specifically,
elevation angles.
Exactly. Yes. What's the definition of an elevation angle? Do you know?
I don't know, but I can give it a try. Is it an angle of the angle between the horizon and a celestial body?
An angle between the horizontal plane and an object in the vertical. The difference between those. How can you have a horizontal plane on a globe?
Don't think you can.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, baby.
Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got. That's number 3. Should I go on?
If you like, dude. Yeah.
I don't need to. It's already over. I could have stopped at 1. The slope-a-dope. Yeah, it's all over. We can have some more fun. I can destroy the whole heliocentric ball-tarred spinning space monkey religion. Want me to do that?
Fatality. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it goes like this. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
I don't think you can. I think, isn't that the definition of gas pressure?
Correct.
Yeah,
Boy, you're a sharp cookie, man.
Like I said, dude, I have belief in this fear, as I said earlier. So I'm willing. I'm open-minded, dude. I'm willing to smash beliefs. If you seem to have the knowledge, and
sure.
I have some knowledge, but definitely not at your level. But dude, I'm willing.
Yeah. I can see you're quick on the uptake. And then you don't have to say that. I can sense it. I got this gut feeling, man, that nobody's got. It's a bullshit detection meter. It's on full alert 24/7 365. You know why?
I don't know why. No, tell me.
I'm retired military.
Oh, I see.
So my bullshit detector is fucking on high alert. It's ingrained in me for the rest of my life. So
I see. Yeah.
Being that if gas pressure requires a container, and we currently have gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth, how in the fuck is it adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum without violating the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, well, I'm not a space proponent. I never have been. So I actually don't think there is a supposed vacuum up there.
Yeah, that's
So whenever, yeah,
Yep, you did it correctly. First of all, you said space. I don't have an issue with space because that's just length, width, and height. But then you caveat it. You said vacuum. Go on, please.
yeah. So what I was going to say from that was when they say that they take photographs from space, I don't actually think they're photographs from space.
Yeah,
They're
they
just
can't
high
take-
altitude.
Yeah,
Yeah, you-
exactly. You got it. Yeah, you're on it. Boy, this was easy.
Yeah, like I said, beliefs are can be easily
Overcome.
refuted.
can't they? Yeah,
That was easy.
No, good job, man. I could tell that you're an honest bloke. I mean, you're not here pretender clowning, so you're all right. Go ahead, carry on, man. Just don't bring any reciprocal Vita thing within here again. Okay?
All right. Okay, I won't do that. No.
Yeah. Appreciate that. So carry on, man. You're good to go.
Damn. Well, that was eye opening. I gotta say.
Also, just a pro tip. Like if you gotta, I think you should be able to explain it like you could explain it to a 5-year-old. You know what I mean? And that goes to flat earthers as well. You should be able to detail the black swan to someone like you could detail it. Like you should be able to break it down and help someone understand it, like even like a young person. And so with this thing, bro, I mean, that's why I was like, should I read it like right to left on some Chinese shit? Like, what do you want me to do with this? Like,
Yeah, fair, dude.
You kind of punted it in, but you weren't able to sort of break it down and be like, well, here's the argument, tooth and to the T. But that's just my
Yeah.
next time you bring it up, maybe just have them be more prepared. But I think
I don't think I will be bringing it up again. I mean, like I said,
don't bring that up, dude.
yeah, I didn't have a good grasp on it to begin with. I just thought, I posted it and I wanted people to discuss it because, there are a lot of things there that I didn't completely understand. That I'm sure you guys have seen these many times, and you guys could go through it and probably tear it apart. And you guys did, and I thank you guys for that. I mean, like I said, I came in here with a belief, and I'm willing, to change that and exchange that for knowledge. I mean, I think that's what we should all be doing.
Amen. Well, not an overnight process, man. Any good wine, a good whiskey takes a few years to age. So I don't.
Few years, shit. It's already a flat Earth. He should be a flat Earther right fucking now.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It wouldn't take too long, but
Well, like I said, I have a friend that's a flat earther, and he presented a lot of these arguments, and I didn't really have much to say besides, okay, yeah, I'll look into that. That's why I thought I'd come in here and see what you guys had for me.
Nice. Good. Do you have like a I don't know, like something on your voice, like you have a voice changer or something? Because you got that baritone, man. Like what's going on over here?
I've got my mic. You can adjust the bass on it, and when I do that, it comes out a lot clearer. So if I turn that down, it becomes muffled. So yeah, I've got like, is it really bassy? Is it?
No, it sounds good. It sounds good. I mean, if I was a girl, pause. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh damn, dude.
I was just joking. You got that silky voice over here, man. But
yeah, brother. Thanks, dude.
Anyway, get us back on track. I didn't have the music queued up, so I was just trying to buy time.
Yeah, fair.
He's over here trying to riz up the flat earthers.
So, are there any other arguments that you guys present that sort of smash
there's 7 of them on my website.
I will
just
take a
posted
look
that
at
for
that.
you, Jzilla.
Flat Earth proofs, the globe terminator.
There's also scientific proofs of a creator on there too. Might want to check that one out.
Oh, dude, I already know there's a creator. But
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
I'd definitely be still willing to have a look at those.
You can have a look. Yeah, go ahead. Did somebody post that website?
Yeah, shout out to Russ.
Hey, Russ, thanks for being right on top of it, man. Thanks.
The Bolivian salt flats, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's something else that my friend brought up, and with the specular reflection.
Yeah, I don't bring up specular reflections, but that's a good argument. They're not just titles; they go pretty deep into the topic, like 1, 2, 3, ABC and shit, like step by step.
Yeah.
So, but specular reflections is a good one too. Outstanding, yes.
Cool, dude. Yeah, thanks for that.
Yep, you're welcome. Everyone in here is shocked that you didn't get your ass tore up. I think they have to take fucking nitroglycerin tablets under their tongues.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was just thinking that. I was like, it's weird coming in here not hearing QE rip somebody's lungs out through their throat.
It kind of did start like that a little bit, but didn't it?
Yeah, but once I got the cut of your jib that you weren't a pretender clown, then I relented. Funny how that happens.
Oh damn, could have been worse. Damn, dodged a bullet.
No, you're not a pretender clown. You're somebody with there's no.
What's that?
You weren't disingenuous. I mean, at first I thought you were a little bit, but then that quickly turned. And once you're genuine, you have no worries. I think it's simple.
Yeah, well, if I don't know something, I'm not going to pretend like I know. I gave you my best
you're
shot at
the
some of those.
exception. Well,
Yeah, I
that's
gave
the
my
problem. See, you're the fucking exception rather than the rule, because that's all we've been dealing with for 8 fucking years is pretender con frauds. So you're the exception. That's why I relented. It's a simple equation.
Okay, fair.
Pretender clown, get your lungs fucking ripped out through your asshole. Genuine person?
Yeah, I can see how that could be frustrating if you've been dealing with that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I
think
can see. Yeah, for sure.
Someone has a question about the Black Swan there. They say, why is the far away one distorted? Smiley.
Who gives a shit?
Smiley 247.
I don't know. I have no idea. Next.
Yeah, that's not really. Yeah, that's not really part of the argument, is it?
Exactly.
Is that
You
correct?
got it. He's a sharp one.
Even the Globey cooked you on that one.
The distortion.
I know what it's not. Fucking refraction.
Yeah. It's like they forget what the whole argument is about. This is when their flat earthers can't be right syndrome flares up. Oh, this has got to be wrong somehow. It's like, but you're forgetting that what we've done is we've subtracted out your curvature variable. So if you want to have some sort of rebuttal, good luck. You're going to have to try to add in that variable again, the curvature, if it even exists. But what do they do is they go to other variables that we're already familiar with. So it's like you said, as soon as they bring up refraction, they've just thrown their whole premise out the window, just chucked it right out. It's over.
Yeah, they shoved a stick of dynamite up their ass and sit down on a bonfire. I designed the argument to be that way, by the way.
I love it. It's jujitsu, flat earth jujitsu at the highest level. And they don't realize they're setting themselves up into traps. And all you have to do is just, sink in the choke. It's over. You don't really have to throw any punches at all. I love it.
Is the nitroglycerin working for you guys? You guys good?
It's sitting settling in for me, man.
Hey, if I must say, bro, QE, you the truth, brother. Like, thank you for what you do.
You're welcome, sir. Appreciate it.
Actually, I want to second that. I know people like to throw a lot of shade, but I don't know. I think it comes from a good place, even though it seems hot from time to time. It can get spicy. Yeah. Y'all need to sit back in the back of the classroom for a little bit longer and understand what's going on here before you start trying to point fingers and criticize and all this stuff. Judge, especially if you're new. People, it's always the newest people that got something to say. That's what I find the most funny.
So, guys, besides all these logical syllogisms presented, which I do appreciate, is there anything that I can do personally in the real world to, sort of discern this for myself?
Yeah, go
whether
look
or
at
not
Horizon.
Yeah. Just go look
to
at
the
it.
beach.
That's it.
Go to the beach and look at the horizon. You don't need any equipment. You don't need anything. Just buy your onesie, right? Go to the beach, right at the waterline. Look at that beautiful horizon. Welcome to
And
Flat
then
Earth.
when you're up there, you need to pray and then talk to God, and He'll tell you the earth is flat.
What?
Oh, God.
That dude trolling or? I don't understand.
No, he's right. But this comes usually later. It's not from the get go.
If you know how to talk to Him, is what I'm saying.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I got a question.
Yeah, for me.
No, for the group.
Okay.
Miguel.
Shut up, Flatsy.
Shoot.
Shut up, bitch!
We love you, Kim. You know that.
All right.
Oh, shit.
Here's my question. You ready? How much for an order of ribs?
Oh, well, just download the Space Dash app, and it's free.
Hey, I sure am hungry.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
No.
It's good food. Space.
Australia.
Freaking love that, dude. Yeah, Jay Zilla. Next time you book a trip to the beach or a lake, that's a good chance to pull the trigger on doing some sort of observation. And so,
Yeah, that's easy for me. I live on the coast, so.
oh, nice, man. Yeah, I'm jealous. So
West Coast?
East Coast.
I figured as much. That's why I said West Coast. Look at you. Somebody raise his rolls. Can you give him
Gotcha.
anything other than VC verified? He seems to be a seems sincere. I didn't even know that was a roll.
I like that one. I'm a big fan of that one, actually. It means a lot to me.
Thanks.
Is that what you're looking? Is that good, Kiwi, or are you looking for something? A little
I don't know. Can we give him something else?
I mean, globe
Moderator?
skeptic, or would you call yourself a globe skeptic, or no? You're not on the fence, or
Well, give me a bit more time, but yeah, look, I'm going that way. Sure.
oh, don't let me put you in a box. I'm asking.
I'm happy with Seem Sincere.
Okay, fair enough. Good.
Sounds good to me.
I'd prefer just sincere, but I mean, not sure.
I know. I didn't like that seems part.
There's a good person someone just made recently. Good person. It's new
Not
to
a
me.
good-
I've
Go
never
through
seen.
the roles. Go through the roles, and I'll tell you which ones apply.
I detect.
There's like
joke.
There's
there.
like 85 of them. Creation Bear's like,
I'm like, there's no way he's for real about this.
no, I'm serious. Go through them.
I've gone through the list a bunch of times actually. There's really not. There's like good person would be it or valued. QE. If you think he's valued, he could maybe. Have
Yeah, you could give him valued.
Valued.
Yep.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Boom.
Maple syrup is a roll? What the fuck?
I think that's for the Canadians. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's good. At least he's got something more than just VC verified. So good. Yep.
I don't want to be too loud, but I just wanted to quickly ask, what does the 3 points participant mean?
He'd like to participate.
Sorry, I don't mean to be too loud. It's a bit late here. I don't want to.
I completely understand the 3 points.
You better turn your mic up, and there is no participation fucking trophies here.
No, it's a part of my role. I have the 3 points participant, and I was just wondering what that meant.
That means you went through the 3 points with someone. Typically, I even put it in one of my songs actually, but jokingly, here it is.
Yeah. 3 points space spin curve. Yeah.
3 points space spin curve. It usually goes in the other direction. Curvature, rotation, axial rotation, and gas pressure are the 3 points. Does that ring a bell, or maybe I can?
I was in a conversation the last time I was in this VC.
Have you recently kidnapped somebody?
It's really late, I think, where he's at.
It's 12 a.m. and my parents are asleep, so I can't be too loud.
Hey, this is where the fire's at. He's trying to get that warmth from the Flat Earth VC tonight. I feel it. I got you, man.
It's interesting.
12 a.m. Where do you live, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean?
I live in Canada. I'm the maple syrup guy.
Nice.
I'm the maple syrup guy. Where's the kangaroo guy?
Yeah, we're T-Dub, Timbo. Oh man.
Told him that shit was gonna stick, man. He didn't believe me.
But yeah, so you remember going through the 3 points then, Smiley?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Nice.
I think Flat Lloyd spoke to me about it last time.
Legendary.
What did he speak to you about?
The 3 points, but I don't remember them because it was like months ago. And I'm trying to pass high school. I can't have that kind of information in my mind.
You were merely you merely adopted the dog. I was born in it.
And I think I spoke to Sonny a couple of years back.
We want to apologize for that.
Huh? Talking to Sonny?
Shout out to Sonny.
Wait, can I ask, what happened? Why is that the 2.0 Discord? What happened to the first one?
It got hijacked.
Was I in that Discord?
Hold on a second. Hold on. You made me get up out of bed. Hold on. I heard something. Hold on a second.
Yo, what's up, Sonny? How are you, man? It's good to see you.
That's cool.
I heard that shit.
Yeah.
Who's that we
Boomer
have here?
detected.
We spoke a few years ago, and we don't care if you apologize for me.
It
You
was,
can if you want to, though. But
yeah, I mean, you were the first person I spoke to on the server. Well, in this Discord, in this call specifically.
oh my god, did you have a name Smiley before? Because I seem to
Yep.
remember.
My name has not changed.
That's a trip, man. All right, well, good to hear you. I recognize your voice now.
Yeah, it's good to
4 of them. Just go to my channel and go to the treatments. Just hit the playlist, go to treatments, and you'll see them motherfuckers are the last one in line. 4 of them. Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. If you want to hear some stupid shit that you couldn't believe a grown adult would say, go there. If you want Professor Parks, just scroll up. There's 15 fucking hours I did on him. I don't know who's dumber.
I don't know how Craig's going to show his face again online after that. And Keely, last night, after listening to these two try to discuss the Coriolis of Force, I said it before, but I swear I had to go through the Coriolis presentation on your site again just to make sure none of that crap got stuck in my head. That was wow.
It was I said between now I like the cut of Caleb's jib. I even said that. I like the kid, right? But he's got a ball and chain to shits at 20 wrapped around his neck. So I'll forgive
glaring.
that.
Yeah.
Say again?
It's glaring. You could tell he's cut from this cloth.
Yeah, 15 hours. Well, we got a True Earth trade in here. No shit. Yeah, 15 hours. Yes, go to my channel, Quantum Eraser. Go to playlists and hit the treatment. There's a bunch of treatments in there, and 15 hours worth is devoted to fucking PhD astronomer Professor Parks and some fucking idiot civil engineer, a real doofus. I just tear him to shreds, both of them. It's pretty pathetic. You better get your therapist on the fucking line.
John, you're out of control, brother.
I'm not out of control, man.
I'm
just
just
trying to defend
fucking
the
with
faith,
you.
man.
I know.
Just trying to defend the faith. I told everyone, it's now been 6 years ago, that the greatest enemy to flat earth were pretender clown flat earthers. And I must have been prophetic. You make the call.
Hey, where's the best place on earth to talk about flat earth?
On flat earth?
Right here. And hey, Nathan Oakley's channel is not a bad place to talk about it either, right?
No, he's a bad guy. He's the scammer.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
These fucking guys, that little Hillary Clinton maneuver, what? I couldn't believe it, man.
You little weasel! Look at you, you little fucking weasel! I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
Listen, I didn't catch on to it. The reason why I didn't catch on to it, because I wasn't following these dumbass crackers. I just don't pay any attention to them, other than this Jaronism. He's giving venue to 2015 fucking morons from the Globetards, bringing up 2015.
Yeah, it's pretty sad that he still invites Craig over there, man.
Yes, exactly. And I'm looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? And then what I did was I went down to the description box and hit the description box, and that's where I found all these virtual fucking. Because what they did after Bob died, they assimilated all of Bob's subscribers, right? So they're just a bunch of dumb fucks. So they said, well, let's just fucking scam them out of their cash. And this is what they've been doing this for like 2 or 3 years. I wasn't aware of it because I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. Huh. Guess I'm not.
But that's all right, Helio. Why don't you join up for that $200? You could talk the shits it.
I've talked to him.
Yeah, just talk the shits it for $200, man. There it is, right there. What is it? VIP, annual VIP admission, and he'll talk to you.
Time for that.
Yeah, he'll talk to you. Any questions you might have, Helio?
Well, I'm pretty any questions I might
Of course,
have
the daft ass
for
twat
Woodson?
doesn't know what nouns and verbs are. So, but you could talk to him about other things. I'm sure he's got a good handle on those. Fucking piece of shit. These are the drovers and the dregs, folks. These are the fucking scammers right here. There they are, right there. At 35 minutes after the hour.
Tell us how you really feel.
It's
Hey,
not
you know
how
what?
I feel. It's not how I feel. It's what is objective facts.
Hey, you know what, John? I came in here before you jumped in tonight. I was like, hey, I got 983 subs. Let's get it to 1,000 tonight. And at the end of my little volley here, now I'm back at 975.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
You like that, didn't you?
Fuck you anyway. It's like there was probably a rally for the Globies. Go unsubscribe if you were subscribed.
Yeah. Yeah, because they know there's a bunch of dumb fuck flat earthers, so they're going to take full advantage. Yeah. What a fucking carnival tent clown show this has become. My beloved flat earth. I can't fucking believe it.
Oh well.
I may go to prison.
Are you gonna go to prison?
I feel like
we're not a communist country all the way yet. Sorry.
So I feel like you'd run that place when you got there anyway.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I picture Huey as the original John Rambo, yeah, with his bow and arrow and his fucking paint on, running through these nitwits.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong about that, AJ.
I can't do it because there's law. What do they deserve? You fucking tell me.
Oh, it's probably get me booted off Discord, yeah?
No. Well, might terms of service. Yeah. I'm gonna
Why would
end
you
it
go to
right-
jail? What would you do? Why are you saying that?
I can't be arsed.
Okay.
Jetty's in here now. Look, he just popped in. He just want to stay silent and shit. I caught your ass.
Hello, you alright?
Am I all right?
Yeah, boss. How you doing?
I'm verklempt.
You're what?
It's a new word I just learned. Verklempt.
Okay, yeah, I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, it's a fucked up word. It sounds fucking stupid.
What's it mean?
I don't know if you want me to repeat everything I just said. It'd be hard to do it.
Yeah, no, you don't have to repeat anything on my account, mate.
Well, let me see if I can summarize. If you go to 35 minutes after the hour, we got some scammers. Sorry, Helio, you're probably going to lose another 25 subscribers.
$35 minutes, perhaps, you say?
Yeah, 35 minutes past the hour, we got fucking three fucking scammers here. We got the treasonous, treacherous traitor, Jaron, shits at 20. The 20 is his IQ. And fucking David Weiss. Now stepping in where Bob was assimilating all the subscribers. So what these fucking idiots did, I don't know who was in charge, but about a year ago, they started floating the idea that Nathan Oakley, by proxy me, was a scammer. And the reason why he was a scammer, he said, science proves things. Of course, Jaron, the fucktard moron that couldn't tie his shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses, said, well, science doesn't prove things, like globetards, right? And I was like, what the fuck? Me and Jaron and I, about 2 years ago, had a Skype call, just me and him. And we were discussing science. And I was teaching him science and the scientific method. Right? And we ended the call. Everything was good. He didn't understand everything, but he had a grasp on it. And then he comes out with this Nathan Oakley's a scammer because he says that science proves things and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? What is going on here? You know, after we pummeled the disheveled shits at 60 with his ether horse shit, Jaron, about a week later, comes out with the science doesn't prove things and then fucking calls Nathan Oakley a scammer. And I'm sitting there. When that first came out, I was like, what in the fuck is going on here? And I didn't catch it, right? So what they were doing in retrospect, these fucking pieces of shit, right? They were pulling the old Hillary Clinton technique. That is, you see, what Hillary Clinton used to do was charge others in a preemptive strike what she does or what she's doing, so it shifts attention away from her and gets it on other people besides her. But she's doing that shit. So what they did was they promoted Nathan Oakley as a scammer. They're still doing it, by the way. And all the while scamming. And there's the poster child right there. Now, I caught this True Earth Mount Meru 2 virtual summit. Obviously, implicitly, that means they've already had a True Earth Mount Meru Summit 1 and other horse shit they've been charging Bob's subscribers with. Now, look at the prices of this fucking shit. $50, $125, $20 for just past summiters. $75 for VIP True Earth, just the Mount Meru 2. The annual VIP admission, $200 fucking dollars.
What the fuck?
These are fucking scammers. They're the true scammers, the Hillary Clintons. This is what you got coming up on your 6th, brother. Go ahead and dismiss it like everyone will. They'll dismiss it. Oh, QE, you're just over-exaggerating. Okay. All right, dumb motherfuckers. I told you 6 years ago, the biggest threat to flat Earth were pretender clown flat earthers. That is frauds. There you go. There they are. Fucking Mo, Larry, and Curly. The end.
I don't know what that was a reference to, but it sounded hilarious. Oh, Larry and Curly. Sometime I gotta get you on comedy night, man. But anyway, why are they charging such high prices? Do they need the money?
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Need the money. Well, Dave's got his what application does he got? Did he charge his subscription prices?
Zodiac. I don't even know what
Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. No money to be made in Flat Earth. Really? Not according to this.
I think it's a decent app. I don't know. But whatever. I don't even use it that much anyway, but actually I never.
Oh my God, you're a
bought it.
member.
Yeah, I bought it, but that's $3,
How-
but whatever.
How much
But
is Google
it's on my
Earth
phone,
cost?
but Google Earth is free. Yeah, no surprise.
I think there's a paid version you can purchase, but I don't know why you would do that.
Shit, Google Earth Pro, you can download it for free for your PC.
But
Actually
hey,
have it.
Jetty, you could talk to Witsit for $200.
Fuck off, someone to pay Witsit 200 quid to talk to him. The fuck?
Hey, I was
We've
talking
all
to
spoken to him here for free in the VC. The fuck?
Oh, yeah.
You better
John,
not
I
bring
was
his
talking-
ass in here now.
I was talking to Danny Faulkner one night on here, and he was like, "Hey, come to the Creation Museum. I'll give you a free tour." Boom! Let's all show up at the Creation Museum. Let Danny Faulkner give us a free tour.
And then
Wouldn't
we
that be
could
fun?
discuss. Then we could discuss the mysteries. How science is purely inductive, according to Danny Fuckwit Faulkner.
He said, "If I show up there, you give me a free tour, personal free tour."
I'm sure. I'm sure I'll give you some other personal attention too.
Oh my!
Oh my!
Oh my!
You're a fucking guy.
It'd be funny as hell though if we all showed up there. It was like, "All right, Danny, we're ready for the free tour of the Creation Museum."
Remember Nathan Thompson was there and was asking about how you can have gas pressure without a container, and he wouldn't answer. Remember that?
Yeah, I think
so. Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
You remember that? You know who was on the other line before Nathan Thompson caught him in the corner? Guess who was on the other line?
Oh, I'm gonna have to guess you.
Yeah, me, Nathan, and Anthony Riley.
No way.
Do you remember when Bill Nye went there and Ken Ham took him through the exhibit?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's been a while, but when they first opened it, yeah.
Yep. What about it?
It doesn't matter.
Does it?
Well, a lot of people don't even know what it is,
They're struggling economically.
Yeah. Oh, they put all that money into building the replica of Noah's Ark and everything.
Oh, they got Evo-tards everywhere. Dumb fucks walking around. Just imagine you have Evo-tards and Baltards. You get in your car. 90%, 95% of the population are Evo-tard and Baltards. You get in your car and you start driving, like in the city and on the highways. Yeah, I'm fucking so cautious now. It's almost I could barely drive. Because I know these fuckwit morons.
You're just waiting for somebody to run into you because they're so drunk.
Get out the way!
I'm sorry, man. I had to do it.
Now
That's
think
one of those
about
things,
that.
Timing. If it goes by, I'm gonna lose it.
Just think about that when you're driving. You see a construction site and there's fucking massive heavy equipment and shit. And you know that the chances are that he's an Evo-tard or a Baltard. You gotta you're taking your life in your own hands.
You're not even wrong about this. More and more, what's scary is I'm seeing people drive around with their lights off at night. Like it's way more frequent than I have ever seen too.
What? How's that happen? Because cars now, the lights are automatic. They just turn on. What do they just? They have to turn their lights off to actually drive at night.
They're zombies. They turn their daylight running lights off. That's how fucking retarded they are.
No. Here's what they do.
They
don't remember and they have their e-brake on, and that's why their lights don't come on.
Oh shit! That's even worse. So they burn that motherfucker. It's just like, why can't I go above 45 miles an hour?
Yeah, because that's the only way that the lights won't come on is if your e-brake's on.
So Helio, you got to be careful out there, dude. When you're driving on a highway, you got to be really fucking. You better,
dude. I drive like a grandpa. I'm 50, but I drive like I'm not even a grandpa. I guess a lot of people are 50 or grandpas, but I'm not. But I still drive like that. I'm always staying in the right lane, looking at everybody, just like stay, do your thing. I don't care if you're going 85. Just do it somewhere else.
You just better be careful out there, ladies and gentlemen. You got Baltard and Evotards. Oh, they're surrounding you. And they're dumb fucks. So you better I would say if you haven't taken a defensive driving course, you might want to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, always drive defensively. Always.
Damn, Helio, I took you for a Duke boy.
No, I'm a freaking. I'm in the right lane going. Please I'm going from point A to point B. I can give a shit about you, rest of you guys. Just leave me alone. Let me do what I do.
You're capping. I think we all know you're really deep down a Duke boy.
Yeah, dude. If I wasn't so scared of everybody being so dumb, just like John's saying, it's just like, man, everybody's. It's like you never know. I've been in a couple of car accidents. It's not fun. So it's just like, I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible.
Wise words from Helio there.
What's that?
I just said wise words as always, man.
Yeah, man. I just drive. I mean, what are you gonna do? 75 or 85, and you're gonna get there a minute earlier than you were if you just freaking chilled out. Like you save a minute or two. Fuck that. Swerving through different lanes in traffic. Fuck that. I just stay in the right lane. Or in the middle lane. It's like, yeah, I'm going to speed limit. Go around me.
I didn't mean to ruin your month and shit, guys out there. I'm sorry about that. I know ignorance is bliss, but now I just proffered the suggestion that Baltards and Evotards are around you. So I'm sorry about that.
Can you explain what do you mean by Evotards altogether?
Evolution believer.
Oh, the evolution believers. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Baltards and Evotards.
Well, yeah.
Hold on, though. There are shitloads. There's shitloads of non-evolution believers that are Baltards. So
no, you got Baltards are just Evotards and Baltard clothing.
I guess. I was very confused. Well, I mean, just like when I was a ball earther but a Christian and didn't believe in evolution. What would you call that?
You're the exception rather than the rule.
I don't know.
90%. I would say
I was in churches with people that didn't go into.
Holy shit! Shut the fuck up. So let me rephrase. So 90% of them, because you got dumbass Christians that are still, they believe in the Lord and they don't know that evolution. They don't even know what it is. For fuck's sake. They just say, no, I don't believe that. Right? That was you. But 90%, 100% of anti-flat earthers are Evotards. How about that?
That's true.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Prosecution.
Well, and as far as my experience in the Christian church and stuff, they're pretty much lackadaisical on the subject because they don't even want to go that far into thinking about it, whether it comes to science, evolution, or even the Bible. So they just go to church.
Or even the Bible. Good point.
Yeah,
I mean, this means they are lukewarm, basically. So
yeah, they just do it as a community thing.
Yeah, might as well stop it.
It's a social gathering, but they do.
Yeah,
have
dude, these potlucks are freaking the bomb. Church, bro. Ain't gonna lie about that. But don't talk about politics or religion at church.
Hey, True Earth Trey, I think you may need to consider changing your name. I'm just spitballing here. You know, if I see a man wearing a red sash, I shoot him.
Gay!
I don't think that was a
I don't know
soundboard.
what a red sash is, but it sounds pretty.
Think of it. Is it?
Well, you have to watch Tombstone. If I see a red sash, I shoot the man wearing it. You haven't watched Tombstone?
It's been a while, but is that like
Not you, the other guy.
I'm horrible with movies and stuff like that. Culture.
If you haven't watched Tombstone, dude, what are you even doing in here?
I'm gonna tap dance my way out of here. Go watch it.
Dude, you're gonna love
way
it.
out.
I mean, of course, everybody's favorite character is Doc Holliday in that.
Fuck. Why not?
Yeah. Awesome.
Fucking, I'm your Huckleberry.
So my husband just said that you can't consider yourself a grown man until you've watched Tombstone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It does look like a grown ass man's movie.
He added to your quote, said that tell him I'm coming and that hell's coming with me.
That's what's up.
You
I've
could
heard
be a good woman. Then again, you could be the Antichrist.
You just made him giggle.
Man.
Here lies Les Moore. 4 shots from a 44. No less, no more. Of course, you had to pay attention to detail because nobody said that. It was on the tombstone. At the beginning of the movie, pay attention to the tombstone. At the beginning of the movie, when they come rolling into Tombstone, that's what it says on the gravestone.
That's a little.
You got to start paying attention to detail, people.
What they call those Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Because, as the Lord said, my people perish because why?
Lack of knowledge.
Exactly.
Lack of watching Tombstone.
Lack of watching Tombstone.
Lack of watching Tombstone.
That was bars.
That's my husband.
That's not true though, because it is a really excellent movie. It's one of the best ever made. I ain't gonna lie, it is good.
That movie has as many good one-liners.
It's good. That was a good one. Lack of watching Tombstone.
Every other line in that movie is a legendary quote.
Yeah, it is. Wasn't who else was in that movie besides Val Kilmer? Who was Doc Holliday?
Kurt Russell, Sam Elliott.
Kurt Russell's in it. Yeah, oh man, it's
You could tell he loves the movie.
Hey, remember the dude's name that plays the brother that dies?
I got the list pulled up here. There's a bunch of names: Bill Paxton, Jason Priestley, Michael Biehn. I don't know any of these people though.
Sling Blade dude. What's the one? Billy Bob Thornton's in it.
I forgot Jason Priestley was in it.
Bill Paxton. That's the brother that dies.
Go ahead and skin them smoke wagons and see what happens.
I said, throw down, boy.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
I said, throw down, boy.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
I already said that shit. You're late to the party.
Hey, but it never gets old. You're Huckleberry.
I know. Let's have a spelling contest.
Uh-oh.
I'm Australian. We can't spell.
I'm Glober. I only spell with numbers.
Hey, there's a kangaroo guy.
He said, oh, we couldn't be friends. Just think I could bear.
The kangaroo guy.
I told you it's never gonna leave.
Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton plays the guy in the middle of the road that Doc Holliday makes him put his gun down. He's like, oh, I forgot you were there. You may be.
That I just put that in the fucking chat.
They can't see it.
You may go now.
I just kind of left it on mute.
Oh, Johnny Tyler, where you going with that shotgun?
Damn, I'll have to watch that movie again. I think
Yeah,
I'm gonna
y'all are
watch
really
that
selling me over
right
here.
fucking now.
Hooky. Yeah, spicy Mike there.
CB, you never seen it?
No, dude, I'm so bad with movies, dude. I'm so
You gotta
bad.
watch this one, dude.
You gotta hang up the call now and go and watch it. Come back in an hour and a half.
I got a lot of stuff to catch up on.
I'm gonna do it right now, actually, too. I have to be at work in a little while anyway. Good talking to you guys tonight. Thank you so much.
Later, Helio.
Everybody. God bless.
Bye, Helio.
Get stuffed.
All right, yeah. So now that he's gone, thank God. Just kidding. Just kidding. Shout out to Helio. I see a couple
What about
new
the new people in the panel? Wanna have any questions for Quantum Eraser? Go ahead. Yes, I-65. Is that a highway somewhere in Antarctica?
That's funny.
Or the kangaroo guy, you can ask him a question too.
I shall take
That's
my leave.
awesome.
I will be there is it tomorrow? Or
For Ballbusters, yeah.
yeah, I'll be there.
All right.
It's Kim, ladies
You
and
all
gentlemen.
have a good one. God bless you.
I caught your latest breakdown too, QE. It was quite funny.
On fight the fat Egypt.
yeah. With the reference frames.
that dumbass cracker. Unbelievable. He was getting fed the whole fucking debate.
Yeah. And what was it? An hour and 40 minutes in, they call him out, and then he says, "Oh no, I was just doing this," and they go, "Okay." The whole time he looked at his screen,
Yeah, you got it.
and he still couldn't win.
Nope.
All right. I want to break down something that happened today with that Malachi guy I was referring to earlier, QE. He kept trying to say that that saying the sun is coming up is a prediction, and we were trying to teach him that it's not a prediction. That's a post-diction, right? Something that's cyclical in nature. You're not predicting jack shit. So, but no, he kept doubling, tripling, quadrupling down. Like, no, it's a prediction because it hasn't happened yet. I'm like, starting from when? Like, what? I really wish you could have spoke to him because he was like, oh wait, you did a little bit, I guess, towards the end there.
Yeah, I dismissed him quick. Well, it's not a scientific prediction because a scientific prediction is scientific hypothesis. So it's not a prediction, and that you're right to say it's cyclical because that's what it is.
Yeah.
But what is he talking about? Is it like Gene Dixon, Edgar Casey, like Jimmy the Greek type of prediction?
I don't know what that means, but like he just I don't even know how he got to that because he would just shuffle around on the board all his pieces, making illegal chess moves and stuff like that. You know how they do? They just move around the board willy nilly.
Yeah.
It's hard to kind of keep them on one point at a time. So we just eventually got to that. I'm like, oh, he said he had a model. He's like, oh, well, you guys don't have a model. I'm like, we don't need one. And you don't have a model either. He's like, no, yes, we do. We have Stellarium. That's what he said.
We have Stellarium.
I'm not even too familiar with that, but it just sounds like a computer program that I've heard about. And so is that really, do other hardcore globies say that Stellarium?
No, they don't.
I didn't think so. I'm like, man, what the okay. And then
they just fucking feebly try to obfuscate after they say model because they don't know what one is. So they'll jump on another subject, but that's all right. The idiot flat earther that's talking to them, they'll go ahead and chase that fucking red herring fallacy down so the point gets lost.
Yeah, that may have been me today. But like I was like, your model, I think someone broke down how well your model's supposed to make predictions and it doesn't make accurate predictions like you say it does. And we predict the sun comes up and stuff.
No. Now when they say they have a model, then you say show.
Yeah.
Show it.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. Show that. No one in 8 years has shown the Globetard model, so there is no model. They don't know what a model is. They definitely don't know what a scientific model is. They're fucking retards. Every single last one of them. Bring one in here. I'll show you.
All right. I'll try to get one in. Don't they require a unifying model from the flat earther? They're like, no, I need a model that explains everything. Isn't that what they're
Models
asking?
don't explain anything either.
Yeah.
Because they're not sentient. I'll bet you that, hey, when they say explain, ask them what explanations mean.
Ooh.
Yeah. They don't know what that is either. Or descriptions. They don't even know their fucking name. It's a carnival tent clown show.
I saw that today. This grown ass man, and they always come in with that cocky British accent. I'm like, all right, bro, I can take this one. I got this one. But I don't know. He had nothing. He was confused. He thought of saying the sun's coming up as a prediction, and among many other things, using science incorrectly. This grown ass man, like I don't know, man. It shouldn't be this easy, but it's way easier than it seems. These guys don't really have anything to offer except for their own confidence, which they end up tripping over anyway. So, oh, it's not a perfect sphere. Oh, yes, it is. He was literally just flip-flopping back and forth. Oh, well, level
that provides some weasel room. Well, it is a perfect sphere according to all the images NASA's posted for the past 50 years.
I know, right? He was like, well, level is curved. And
level's curved. That makes perfect sense.
I'm like, that's stupid. But he's like, no, but like if you have the sphere and the center, then it all goes to the center and it's based off of that. And I think Russ was like, yeah, but the Earth's not a perfect sphere, is it? He's like, no, well, it pretty much is. And then 2 seconds later, he's like, well, it's not a perfect sphere. Oh my God.
Sounds like shits at 20. Double speaking within the same breath.
Yeah, homeboy must think he's at the beach or something because he's got his flip flops on. Like, holy, my boy flip flopping like crazy. It is. What is it? Oh, we do. Like, it's just crazy to see that in real time from other people. Holy.
Fucking clowns, man. Just seriously. Fucking clowns. They think they're cloaked.
I know. Ooh, and he said he was 10 out of 10. He was like, I'm 100% sure it's a globe. I'm like, okay, well, please share that knowledge. Whatever information you have, I would like to see that so I can know as well. The first 4 words of his quote evidence was, so the flat earth. Dude, I was like, I stopped him immediately. I'm like, ain't no way I'm about to let you continue. That should have nothing to do with. If I ask you what's 2 plus 2, and you're like, so blue and 5, like those, like that's not what I asked you. So they don't have the ability to focus. I think we need to, we have our snacks in the back. I think we need to like set up like a damn pharmacy back there or something because they need meds. Like they have problems, syndromes, and different.
No,
Tourette's.
there's no medications going to help that. It's a full frontal lobotomy.
Yeah. They got problems, man. They got problems, serious problems.
Some of these diseases you can only heal them with prayer.
Yeah.
Because some of these people are definitely possessed.
Yeah, they need a colon cleansing too while they're at it. Something, man. Clean out them parasites. Holy water, says Adams in the chat. Yeah, Trey says the TikTok attention spans. Yeah. So yeah, there's no medicine that's gonna fix them. Funny. They got issues, dude. What was I gonna say? And also SL65, don't be shy. If you have questions, I don't know how, I just find it really interesting because flat Earth is like, it's not one of those things where you're just like, it's like a busy coffee shop in a downtown corner block and you just go sit and listen and see what's going on. It's kind of out there. You don't just trip and fall into flat Earth stuff, really. So I'm just always curious how people get here. And when they start poking their heads into flat Earth, like, oh, so you were searching for flat Earth? Why were you doing that? So, if you want to share any details, SL65, we'd love to hear it. So don't be shy. Until then, we'll just shoot the breeze, I guess. But yeah, Malachi, he was an interesting character that came through today. So I think you guys missed that one. He was it was live when I joined today. And like I tried to set out a ping or two to see like, yo, y'all need to join. This is like somebody you guys would want to like pay attention to. Or try to come in and get a couple rounds in. Pause. But yeah, it would have been made for good content. But I think we did a pretty good job. It was Russ. Who else was there with us? Sheepdog, myself. Shit. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. There's really no need to be intimidated by folks like that either. Even our VC verified can I don't know. I feel like they're equipped to handle their own in a discussion about the flat Earth, like against even just a guy like we spoke to today. So that's my new meme. Yo, y'all get slapped around by the VC verified. Y'all need to relax, okay? Our VC verified will handle you, all right? So pipe down. Just came up with that like a couple days ago. But yeah, I guess the way it wasn't recorded, so I don't think we actually have the ability to go back and listen to it, unfortunately. The way it was streamed. I guess the way our Rumble is set up, you can't go back, so. Oopsie. I guess missed a good one, but he seemed like he'll probably rejoin at some point. We didn't leave on bad terms. So be on the lookout for a Malachi. I think he's at our red profile picture. Anyway, look at this panel though. 20 people. Not bad. Adam's Movie Corner. I don't think we've spoke, but welcome to the panel. There's AJ as well. So you got a couple jabs in today. Very nice.
Yeah, thanks, man. I've been a bit busy today. I'm moving house and I'm trying to clean my old house. So I've just got my headphones on and listening in and jumping in if I feel I got something to say.
That's like the best, one of the biggest W's for Flat Earth is that I'm sure many of you have noticed Globies will sit behind a computer. You can hear them typing and Googling and searching up their worldview on the fly. And that's what sets us apart. You can hear guys like AI like tinkering and working on his house and stuff like that while he's talking on the mic. Or AJ here just was telling us how, he's got the headphones on, he's like working on stuff in the background. We're not sitting behind a keyboard like looking stuff up on trying to Google our worldview on the fly like that. And so I just love that about us. I love that because I'm on that same type of timing too.
Yeah, but I think that all of us have done the research to come to the conclusions that we've come to. We haven't just heard it and gone, "Oh, the Earth's flat." We've probably spent thousands of hours reading these claims, reading all about it, and I think 99% of us in here are pretty well versed. Maybe some not as much as others, and there's some people have their strong points and their weak points, but between us all, I think it all works really well, and we've all done our research. Yeah, these guys just come in and throw up a paper that someone's posted them that they've never read. That's why they can't give the citation. They've got to give the whole paper, and they just have a worldview that they haven't studied.
Yep, the classic Google as you go earther is what he just described there. Shit is hilarious. Yeah, a true warrior prepares in times of peace, not during the war. But what do these goofballs do? They roll up completely unprepared. The battle's already started. In fact, it's been years the war has gone on. They just woke up out of bed and they rolled in here completely like unprepared. And so they're trying to like train mid battle. Hold on, let me look this up really quickly. Whereas we've already came prepared. So, yeah. You rarely hear a flat earther going, "Oh, hold on, let me Google that first." Yeah, Trey says, drafted and goes straight to battle, no training. Yeah, I know. Uh-huh. End up getting slaughtered because we ain't in the trenches no more, man. Like we got the high ground at this point. So easy. This fortress has been built up pretty well over the years too, huh? I think a lot of people have done their part. It's good to see some of you guys pop back in the panel as well. The Ether Gris and Gemzy and Timbo, Ripcord, Julius, Flat Lloyd, Effie Batman. Is that Sasha? Or Dr. Law? All you guys, the whole panel. It's y'all who keep this place going. Everyone but Trey. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just joking. But No, it's good. It's good. I know the politics is like a new thing for people as well, and a lot of people have tried to kind of what's the word? You know, they're Vikings, so they're spreading the flat Earth, you know, across the world, I guess. So I can appreciate that. But let's not abandon home base, guys. You know, like, damn, this is the home base. This is the place. This is where it all started. Don't forget about us and shit. You know, come on, man.
I'm probably a bit guilty of that. Yeah, I ended up a mod over on politics, and then I was a mod over on politics and religion, and then I sort of felt like I needed to be there. But yes, I did abandon here a little bit there.
And not calling anyone out in particular. It's just I love this place, and you know, I like it because of what the people they built it up for me and for all of us. And so I feel like I'm just giving back. You know what I mean? Like some group, I don't know who it was, some legends built this place up to be what it is. At least when I arrived, and so I'm just trying to carry the baton. I mean, there was a lot of awesome people around when I joined, and maybe it's a little bit like a high school or something, like a college, where you have your freshmen, and then they become sophomores, and then etc. up the chain, and so you kind of see the classmen cycle through. Where when I was a freshman, some of those seniors and whatnot, they graduated, and I feel like I've been a senior the last couple years, the last year or so. And it's great. I mean, I just love seeing other people too rise up. You know, the sophomores and the juniors and all that stuff. So, and I love seeing our alumni come back as well. So, yeah, man. Shout out to all you guys, all the Flat Earth classmen, regardless of your position. So, and hey, that's not necessarily any type of hierarchy, really, either. I mean, think about like a sports team. You know, you could be a freshman starter on a varsity team. You know what I mean? First, you're a rookie in the NFL. So just because you're new doesn't mean you're like, oh, I've been here longer than you, therefore I'm better than you. Like, no, it's none of that. I know my role and I know my lane. So, I mean, yeah, just because you're new doesn't mean you're like lesser than. So, just
Hello.
there he is. What's up, Trey?
I would like to acquire a flat Earth roll.
Oh, okay. Nice. Well, we can just kick this off. I do have a couple questions for you, unless Gemsy wants to start it off.
Oh, go ahead. I just wanted to. After you, he can answer like what will be his 3 main proof of flat
Yeah.
Earth.
Well, there you go, Trey. So just keep that in mind. Have 3 things ready, maybe for Gemsy. I was just gonna ask you a couple things that it might be good to know, and we're just gonna kind of just do a quick status report and see. It's kind of like a pop quiz, so it's not a big deal if you don't know some of these things. I like the first question. Do you know what the claimed radius of the globe Earth is?
3959.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. How about some other distances? Like, what about like the distance to the moon, as they say? Is that something you're familiar with?
Ain't it 238,000?
Okay, W. We're 2 for 2. All right. How about maybe like the distance to the sun?
$93 million.
All right. So this guy knows what he's talking about. All right. So the next question may be a little bit more difficult. Gravity. Do you feel like you're familiar with gravity?
Are you talking space time?
All right, so yeah, this guy's sharp. So you're familiar. You understand that there's not just like, because sometimes people will say, "Oh, just Earth's gravity, bro." So you understand that it's not just one idea of gravity out here.
Yeah, the mass attract mass type.
Yep. Okay. All right. Cool. So far, so good.
Newton or Einstein?
Yep. All right, we're on a hot streak here. I don't think I have too many more questions. I just need to grab my list here. I've just been going off of memory. Let's see. All right. Are you familiar with the Black Swan?
I am.
Okay. My question would be then, is it about the horizon or something else?
It's about the horizon.
W's across the board. Only a few more questions from me, and then I'll turn it over to Gemsy. Is there more than one scientific method?
No.
All right. Very nice. Very nice. Who has the burden of proof? Is it the flat Earth?
A person who makes the claim.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Well, he pretty much checks all the boxes here on my part. So Gemsy asked about maybe 3 things that if you had let's say you had a revolver, you're going to load in some flat Earth rounds and you're going to fire those off. Go ahead and fire off a couple of flat Earth rounds for us. Let's see what kind of damage you can do. When you're ready, go ahead and fire it off, man. Let us know what you got.
We see too far. There's gas pressure, and
It's okay.
there's no measurable curve.
W's. All right, Gems, you want to follow up, or does anybody else want to ask him some questions, test his flat Earth metal? This would be a good time to ask. Typically, when you're forging a sword, you're going to need to, dip it in the heat, bang on it a little bit, make sure it's strong, right? So if you guys want to get your questions in, now's your chance.
Sounds good to me. I just gotta keep it quiet for now. It's kind of late.
Okay. No problem. All right, cool. Well,
who was it? True Earth 3 or something?
Yeah, Trey, right above you.
Trey. Yeah, I see.
So, all right, well, are there any objections in the chat? Anybody object to Mr. Trey getting his Flat Earth blues? If any objections, please put them in the chat. Thumbs up. We got a thumbs up. All right. Cool. Trey's like, oh shit, he's sweating. No, I think you're all right. Seal of approval from Gemsy. Thumbs up from Timbo. Cool. All right. Well, I think you've gotten. Let's see. Hold on. I just found this GIF the other day. I've been using it a bunch lately. Gemsy says approved. All right, I think you're good. So this was pretty swift. So we're gonna keep an eye on you. We'll just know that. I mean, because we don't give out the Flat Earth blues like candy. But I think you sound like you know your stuff. You asked. You checked all the boxes for me. And so, but we'll keep a close eye on you, man. But for now, congratulations. Welcome to the Flat Earth Club. The questions are getting harder, says Timbo. You know what? You know what? You ain't lying, man. Because when I first joined, I was like, I know the Black Swan. Like, and they're like, all right, well, tell us more then. So I didn't really have 3 things like Trey, so I can see how these guys have to deal with a strict maybe a stricter standard than it was before, but that's also because of the LARPers and stuff that we dealt with for so long. All these fakers. So
Yeah, Trey doesn't sound like a LARPer to me, so that sounds good.
Yep. No red flags so far. So I think you're good. And you've been hilarious in the chat as well. So I would have asked earlier, but couldn't figure out mic settings with the new Discord UI. Yeah, the new Discord. What do you guys think of the new? Have you guys updated your Discord? Who likes it? You just don't like it? Thoughts? Who
It's
hates it?
working well. It's alright. I guess they did some improvement and fixes, and it looks good to me.
Yeah,
I like it.
I think I like it. Yeah, I think I like it so far. Adam says I have not even noticed if it did. Nah, you haven't updated yet because you can't not notice it, bro. Especially if you're on the phone. On the computer, it's a little more subtle. He says, "Well, now I'm worried." Yeah, sometimes they be messing stuff up, huh? I feel like it was better before they updated it to the blocks or whatever. But now it's a little bit better, I guess, than before. But I'm also curious, like if you're on mobile, they've given you the option to change like what color and stuff it is. You guys, I'm sure you guys are used to like the Discord gray. Like now you can do like a black or all these other weird looking colors. But I went with the black one at first. I thought it was cool, but then I put it back to the gray. Anyway, yeah, that's hilarious, Gemsy. That's kind of hilarious. Trey says, I keep mine on light mode. You savages. You light mode savages. Man, I wonder how accurate that is. That's low-key hilarious, Gemsy.
It's kind of funny. I just found it and I had to drop it there so I can find it later. I'm gonna download it.
I like it. But yeah, hopefully they don't just completely ruin Discord. So far, so good. And then I really like what they've done with like the soundboard and stuff like that too. So I'm happy with that. Although I know I might have some haters out here. Lemon A Day has joined the panel. Welcome, friend. Lemons. So cool. I don't think we spoke, or maybe we have if it's the other lemon bird. But welcome to the panel. Liberal World Order, no rules. Let's join the panel. Would you like to say hello? Feel free to chime in.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? You're in the Flat Earthers den. Just curious what brings you here.
Brings me here is that I was looking through the Discords that I'm for some reason attached to, and I was just looking to see what this one was.
Okay, right on. Have you spoken to a Flat Earther before? Yeah. Did I cut out? I was just asking if you spoke to a Flat Earther before.
I don't think so. I mean, not that I remember.
All right. Yeah, no problem. I'm sure you've heard by now those words put together. It's you've heard the words flat earth probably probably a few times the last few years, I would imagine.
Yeah. I mean, I recognize them. Yeah.
Yeah. What is your like? If I were to, I don't know, if you were gonna try to tell someone else what flat Earth is, how would you sort of break it down or describe like what is flat Earth to you? If you had to sort of describe it to somebody.
Well, I would probably go with a disc kind of thing.
This is why I like. Well, no, it's okay. It's okay. most people tend to think like this. That's why I asked the question, because what this process usually is for me is it's an unraveling process, because most people have some ideas of flat Earth that we have to sort of take away from you to help you maybe see it a little more clearly. And so, like, the idea most people will do is they'll essentially, they can do it in different ways. They'll either take the globe and squash it down into something flat, like a disc or whatever, or they'll just take the globe and swap it out for some type of flat object. And so you get into all types of funny, goofy looking things. You can just go to Google Images and search flat Earth. I'll do that. I'll just do that right now, and I'll post a screenshot. Let's see. Ooh. This is where the mainstream's going to get into, just like presenting flat Earth as some sort of, I've been joking around calling a wacky, waveable, inflatable straw man. If you guys have seen Family Guy, you might know the reference. Let me flat Earth, images, and screenshot. So let's just post this here in the chat. And Liberal World Order, you should have the VC verified role to allow you to see the chat here. So let me know if you can see. I think Gemsy Underworld or Under Heaven Earther tagged you there as well. Let me know if you see that image with all those flat Earth pictures, cartoons.
I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so this is what most people will do, is they will take the take the globe, squash it down, or they'll swap it out for some type of flat object. And you'll see here we've got, let's just start look at the first one. We've got some type of like ice cream cone looking thing. The second one, we got a dome with somehow water falling off of it. The other one's the same. Another one has aliens over it. Another ice cream cone, another dome, another ice cream cone, a broken disc, another disc. So like this is what mainstream is going to put forward. So we have to often take those ideas away from people. And the way that I like to do that is by I like the analogy of, I mean, because most people are probably familiar with playing video games at some point. Super Smash Bros, for example, like GameCube they had little tiny discs right there. I don't know if y'all remember that. They had small, weird small discs. And so imagine trying to load that disc into like a PlayStation or something. Obviously, it's not going to work. Those are systems are not compatible. And so you also can't try to load a disk or load some sort of object that's flat into the universe or outer space and like, put those together. They don't really go together. And so flat Earth really isn't like the globe in the sense that the globe is an object within a large space, right? We call that space like the universe or outer space or whatever you want to call that. And this is for some people it's probably tough to swallow, but I think it's easier to deal with than trying to put a side-by-side object next to the globe. It's easier for you, I think, especially because most people believe in some sort of outer space or whatever. Well, just think about the outer space then. Does that have an edge? Well, we haven't fully explored it yet, so they say. We have Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. They're out there still, chucking along. We're still trying to explore. So it's a large place that hasn't been fully explored yet. If someone were to ask me, well, what shape is the universe or what shape is all of reality? I mean, if I think about it, it's not like I can leave reality to then turn around and say, well, let me take some selfies and here, it looks like this, it's shaped like this. And so no one knows what shape all of reality is when it comes to like the universe. And so What else? Does the universe need to be like held up by something? Probably not. And so these things would apply to a flat earther's presentation as well. We don't know. Well, let me say this. It's not an object like in those images you see there. They're presenting it to like some sort of object in space, a disk. But really it's more like it's not the object within the space. It is the space is what I like to say. So like people try to say, well, what about the other planets? Earth, like the Earth isn't a planet. I would say Earth is essentially the place. It's more like a place than a planet. Okay. So that's part of my spiel. Feel free to respond to that. I know it's a lot as well. So, but yeah, what flat earthers say doesn't match what mainstream media is going to present to you. So. If you struggle with thinking about flat Earth, just think of your universe. And liberal world order. Are you still with us, bro?
Yeah. I was sort of listening silently.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't really know if it makes sense to me, really.
That's okay. I mean, it takes time. It's not something that, I mean, for a lot of folks here, I first heard the words flat Earth in 2017. It's 2020, supposed to be 2024. So this is going on, several years at this point. So there's no expectation for folks to hear it and then figure it out in one click. Although, I mean, that's not impossible. But yeah, there's no expectation for you to figure this out tonight. I know it's not, I can't just, there's no brochure. I can't just whip out a brochure out of my pocket and say, well, flat Earth, well, A, B, and C. I don't think it's that simple. I think it's a little bit more, I don't know. I know I'm being mysterious and stuff like that, but there's things that we don't know. And I try to point that out with even in a Globey's worldview, they don't know what shape all of reality is. It's not like you can get that perspective. That's not a POV that you can have. And so that would apply to the flat Earth as well. So I know people are like, yeah, but what shape is flat Earth? Unfortunately, I don't know. And it's probably not as it's not the gotcha that people think either. So we're not even really worried about the shape. It's more about what is the surface? Is it flat or curving? Because it can't be doing anything else. There's no other option. So, like when someone says flat next time, or if you're going to teach someone what is flat Earth, it's nothing really to do with shape or disc or those types of ideas. It's about the surface description. And so, like I said, it can either be curving or it's not. And there really is no other option here. So, yeah.
Does that mean that I think that
space? No. As much as I think that's cool, like I did always love outer space. No, I don't think you can go somewhere like Hogwarts or Narnia because, I mean, you can't travel to a fictional setting. So no, you can't go there as much as I'd love to go to King Kai's planet and all those things from Dragon Ball Z. I always thought that was very cool, but fortunately, if you want to enjoy outer space, you'll have to read a good book or play a good video game or watch a great show. It's still a cool theme, but it's When you look up in the sky and you see that darkness, like you're not looking at outer space. That's a tough. People have a tough time unbuckling those two things because they're so used to looking up and like, well, that's outer space. Well, actually, the outer space is on, like I said, it's in the book or the game or in your mind. But when you look up in the sky, that you're not seeing this, the space as they describe it to you, with all these, black holes and galaxies and all that stuff. Because, well, I'll leave it at that. But you do have to unbuckle a lot of the stories that they tell us, because they're gonna tell you stories for days on pretty much everything. Oh, the moon, that's a rock. The sun, that's this. Stars, that's this. They'll pretend like they have answers for everything. But then you go and meet a flat earther, and we get people who are like, well, you must have an answer for everything too then, right? Wrong. No. Flat Earth isn't answers to all of reality's mysteries or any of that stuff. It's pretty much just, what is the surface doing? Plus maybe a few other things like, are we moving? And where are we? And so, yeah. That's a lot. I say all that just to point out that, like, mainstream is not going to tell you any of this stuff. So I feel like we'll have to spend a lot of time, like, unraveling what mainstream is presenting to people. Oh, a disc in space. You see that? I don't know if you see that GIF in the chat with the meteor hitting the disc and then the dinosaurs fly off. He says, the amount of times I've gotten this GIF when debating, Flat Lloyd Wright said, if I had a nickel. No kidding. I mean, imagine what it feels like to be a flat earther, right? When that's not. I just explained how, like, we don't think that's what the flat earth is, right? But a lot of people will try to be like, nope, you're dumb. That's what flat earth is. You're stupid. Like, man, they're debunking a ghost, and I'm over here being called stupid for them thinking that's what I think. It's crazy. So we have to teach people, number one, let's start from scratch. You don't know what flat earth is. So let's start there. And I can whip out a new argument I came up with recently as well. People come in, they're like, no, I just don't believe it's flat. And I'm like, all right. And I've said this before today too, because if you heard this before, deal with it. But I went to ChatGPT and I said, I need a word that doesn't exist, chat. Hit me. And he's like, I got you, CB. Floor blitz. So I'm like, all right. I come back to the VC. I say, hey man, the guy who said I don't believe in flat Earth. I told him, I don't believe in floor blitz. He was like, well, what's that? Like, I don't know. I just know that I don't believe it. So I say that to say, how do you not believe something that you don't understand? What is floor blitz? I don't know. I just made that up. How do I not believe in something that I don't know? I don't even know what it is. So you've also made up a flat Earth, but you don't. You know it's not true. You know you don't believe it. You can always catch a Globey in this trap because no one knows what flat Earth is. Scoop up 10 random people off the street. They're not going to know. Make it 100 people. If they're not already flat earthers, most people, and heck, even some flat earthers are still figuring it out. But if they're like totally new, like they don't know what it is. So that's why we have to spend so much time. Well, now we have to unbuckle your idea of what you thought flat Earth is from what we're actually discussing. The Earth we're actually referring to, which is the one outside. So It's actually really frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I would much prefer to just work on my craft as a flat earther. But what we have to do is like dumb it down for people and teach them what flat means, what the globe is, what curvature means, what requirements are there, etc. We rarely get to discuss flat earth. It's kind of funny. Adam says never any globe evidence though. Yeah. Just stories that are super easy to find the lies in. I don't envy or the new person trying to figure this stuff out. I feel bad for you guys, low-key, because it's got to be very difficult. You turn to your left, you're going to have society who's telling you flat earthers are the lowest of the low. You know, don't even, like, the articles say not to even, like, don't even discuss facts. Just win them over, and like they're just fooled by the government. They just don't trust the government. Like, just teach them, like, they can, you know, they can trust again and things like that. That's kind of the approach. So society is not really, number one, they're going to lie to you about who a flat earther is or what they think. They're going to set you up for failure in that way. Number two, they're not going to really give you a case. They're not going to give you the ability to make a case for the globe. Right? They'll give you all the claims and all the stories, like Adam said in the chat there. But they're not really going to help you build that case. Well, here's how you make an argument for it. So that's number two. They're setting you up for failure. All right, number three, you go to Google or these search engines, or you just try to do research. What is that going to tell you? Well, that's all going to be, you know, confirmation bias there, of course. And so the internet is also going to tell you, hey, you know, globe, why are you even researching this? Flat is stupid, you know? And so there's a huge hill to overcome. There's a lot of obstacles as a new person when dealing with a subject like this. You have to give yourself credit if you've even made it to a server like this. You've made it through some of those obstacles if you've found yourself here. So that's good. And I respect people who are willing to go through the gauntlet here. But yeah, I don't feel, I'm not jealous of the new investigator nowadays. It's probably very difficult to get to the information. It's dog shit, you know, propaganda everywhere nowadays. And you don't know who's LARPing either. There's a bunch of people trolling and LARPing and pretending to be other people. Yeah, good luck dealing with that too. So, boy, am I glad grandfathered my ass in here. So, I don't have to deal with that garbage. I would imagine it's a little bit like, where did the guy go? Yeah, I'm just talking his ear off, aren't I? Lib, I don't know what time it is there, if it's late or whatever, but it's kind of late here. But did you want to respond to anything or chime in?
Well, I don't really have much information on it, so I don't think I can say much.
That's okay. No worries. Just, you can let us know anytime, you know, if there's some holes or a question you have or something we can patch up for you. We got you. In terms of information, he sounds like Platter. Shout out to Platter though, man. He recently stumbled across a clip that I was playing. Now he loves it. now that he loves it, I love that he loves it. So, anyway, yeah, liberal man. This is flat Earth is an interesting subject, but just be careful. Like, what? Don't let the mainstream sway your opinion of a flat earther. I would just maybe take notes, study the film. You know, this is an open book test, man. Like, we got nothing to hide here. So if you want to, study up first before you go and talk a little bit more or whatever, that's fine. I encourage that. Because, yeah, like I said, there's nothing to hide here. So, yeah, go hit the search bar and what do people say about this topic, and you can just search it there.
Hey, CB.
Hey, what up?
Check out the bot commands. I made something that's kind of funny. It's only 12 seconds, but I thought you would appreciate it.
All right, let me mute up and listen. Nice. Honestly, you should throw that on. It might wake some people up, man. Like, niggas in here sleeping.
Sure, why not?
It's about to wake y'all the hell up. Probably me included.
Together we'll rise, shout it to the skies.
I had it muted. I'll play it one more time.
Flat Earth warriors, we stand tall and strong. Debunking the lies, we know they're all wrong. Expose the deception, break free from the lies. Together we'll rise, shout it to the skies.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Hey, Ether, is your server called the interstice or something? Like
The interstice. It's a space between spaces and a place between places.
So what I noticed about on the soundboard, it says to unlock your sounds, it says it requires higher server boost level. How are you able to get all those sounds on there?
It was boosted at one point, and I uploaded a whole bunch of files to it, and then it dropped down.
Okay. How many boosts do you need, do you think? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I put 2 on it, and it gave me a couple more to be able to do things.
Yeah. Well, if
I just need to grab I need to get a nitro, and I'll get it boosted again.
Yeah, well, I was just saying I can see it now because I got nitro back. So if you need like if it's just another boost or whatever to unlock your extra sounds, because as I was looking at them, they look good. Like you have some relevant ones.
I curate my sounds for my server. Try and use specific ones.
I see you like the damn son. Where'd you find this? I see you added that one to yours.
Yeah.
Buzz looking alien. Daddy chill. What the hell is that? Yeah, you have some funny ones on here.
What the hell is even that?
Yeah. You hear that? That's a witch. Love that one. So yeah. I haven't used any of these sounds for real. I need to kind of go and because when I first had it, like no one really had soundboards. I built the Oakley server. I built their soundboard, pretty much the whole thing. But now all these other servers have them, so I'm like, great. Now I have like unlimited sounds.
Yeah. You can also make your own servers, and you don't even have to boost them. You can just make a bunch of servers and put soundboards on there, like load up the sound for that when you have Nitro, and have a whole bunch of curated sounds.
Yep, I'm getting the sounds back together, man. Y'all better watch the hell out because I'm coming with some new fire. You know what? It's so funny. I meant to add this one a while ago. I've been sitting on it for like a month now. I have not added it. But if you've been in the chat, give me a second. I can't multitask and talk and put this stuff in the chat at the same time. But let me post some stuff. I'll post it for you. Hold on one second. All right. If you've seen this face before, put this in the live stream voice text. If you've seen this face before, you know exactly what time it is. All right. If you've been around me, especially in the chat, you know exactly what time it is. Let me just see. We have Migo Wego, welcome back, and Ostalgie, welcome to you.
Let's see if we can get a conversation started.
Lol, Ostalgie left thinking that was a free pass. Huh? Sorry, I just wanted to let them know because I always find that funny. Like I'll unmute them and they'll leave quick as hell, like fast as possible, as if they were thinking, "Great, now I've been unmuted, I can come back." Like, no, that's not the process. Soon as you leave, you're automatically we don't have to worry about you. Soon as you leave, you're back on mute. Like, I don't even have to do nothing. That's so funny. Anyway. So
go through the interview. Go ahead and go through the process. Get VC checked in. You'll be fine. You can talk when you want.
Exactly.
They will avoid the VC check-in like it's the plague, though. It's like all you have to do is come chat for a second, and we'll give you a role. You can come talk freely. It's just so nobody screams in everybody's ears. That's all it is. We don't need audio rape trolls trying to freaking play weird crap in our ear holes.
That was sounded like a bar or something. That was like a little rap. Anyway,
add a couple lines to it and drop a rap. It's like talking mad crap about trolls.
Oh, he did it there again. Nice. All right, this is the sound. Thanks for letting me buy some time there. I don't know why I never added to the soundboard, but it's the audio to that visual. Let's take a listen. This shit is so funny. I'm gonna add to the soundboard right now. It's Charlie Murphy on the Chappelle Show when they're talking. I forget what caused them to laugh like that. I think Prince was saying something funny and they laughed at him. I'll actually try to go get that moment, but boy. Oh man. I'm definitely adding that to the soundboard. That's a hilarious reaction laugh. I mean, come on. All right, I'll post a GIF too. Y'all gotta see that shit. Ooh, man. I'm cheesing. It's probably one of my favorite reaction GIFs. Globey says something stupid. You probably see me post this before. So it's just the audio for that moment. I'm gonna finally add after all these years. I've also got this one too.
I sent you a message, by the way.
I did get that.
Been researching MKWDs, and I think that it's something interesting that a lot of folks should be checking out. Cutting edge shit. There's companies who are working on making these microfluidic Kelvin water dropper systems in order to generate electricity.
Dang. Sounds
I have a hypothesis. I think that I can use medical grade tubing to have very specific drop rates and build one of these systems at home for a decently low cost. Still have to cost, it'll cost a decent amount for the silver and the sterling silver wire that I'll use, but the rest of it should be simple.
Yeah, definitely report back. Sounds cool. It's like a badass project.
I was somewhere between not wanting to even talk about it because a lot of people just talk about shit and don't do anything. But I figured I would talk about it in order to see if anybody knows more information about the subject, because I'm going to work on it either way. So,
Not I.
I know a few people might, but they're not around right now. I have to wait till Indio's active and ask him a couple questions. That's definitely one of the dudes I'd like to speak to about it.
He might just be the perfect guy for it. Guess we'll see.
Yeah, that man knows some shit for sure. Oh, dude, I learned something else interesting. Bamboo, when it's alive, is piezoelectric. Like, you can generate electricity off the movements of bamboo. Apparently, it ceases to do that once it dries up and it's dead. There's no water through the different parts of it, but when it's alive, it generates electricity. So you should be able to take an aluminum mesh and Velcro it to it, and then harness energy off of it. There's a couple extra steps. Probably need a rectifier, but you should be able to generate a low voltage of electricity that's functional off of just a small amount of bamboo growing in the ground.
That's neat. Who would have thought?
I didn't know that it had that ability. I was like, that is cool. It makes sense though. It's sitting there waving, and it's like friction against itself, the mechanical stress of movement.
Yeah.
Something else I discovered. It's funny, but I don't think I'll ever have the ability to do it. But technically, you can build a system where you could run the electricity for a modest house using electric eels.
Damn.
And not even the high voltage attack shit they do to stun their prey. I mean, just the natural electric stuff they have. Like, I think it's 85% of their body is made out of this organ that produces this electric effect. So they use it to actually navigate. So if you have certain copper rings or something set in place through these tunnels that they can swim through, and you space those around the areas where they have to surface to breathe because they have to go up to get water or get air anyway, they don't have gills, then you can harness the waves that they're giving off. Like, they should have electricity you can pick up. And then ChatGPT agrees and says that 2 of them should be able to power a house. Don't know if I'd advise using electric eels to power a house. I was just curious as to whether or not it would work.
It sounds pretty cool though to be able to say that.
Sounds like something a supervillain would have.
I know.
You see in the background, you got all these electric eels swimming through crap, and he's using it to power his secret lair or something.
Pretty cool. Man, I'm falling asleep over here. I probably should say goodbye and say goodnight before I fall asleep on you.
Same, honestly. It's like 1:22 for me, and I'm getting exhausted.
Yeah.
Hopefully somebody else will step in, pick up the torch.
Exactly. No, shout out to you though for jumping in there because it's same time here, 1:23. But
yeah.
I guess I got one more clip for y'all. I already had it loaded. I'm just gonna hit play. Well, yeah, I found shout out to Fresh and Fit, man. They had this one on their soundboard. I'm like, I am definitely copying that one. That's hilarious.
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
Bro, shit, hilarious. Globy joins. Hello. You want to play a game? Definitely love that. So
That's awesome.
Oh, yep, and also The Edge. Probably not gonna play this one 'cause it's loud and late. But if you guys are familiar with WWE wrestler named he calls himself Edge. Like now, I feel like now anytime someone joins and they start talking about an edge or edge this and edge that, I'm just gonna hit the button, and it's hilarious. I'll probably, like I said, I'm not gonna play it because it's loud and shit, but it's funny. Edge is back! Oh my god! Right? Because they're the only one that talks about an edge. So it's like, oh, did you just say edge? You know? And then you know how the WWE music is. It's always like disturbing when they walk in. You know, so be on the lookout for that too. And of course, I'm always open for suggestions, guys. So you can always hit my inbox with suggestions or whatever.
You don't know me, but I know you. I want to play a game.
I like how accurate that is too. Globies don't know us, but we know them. We want to play a game. Anyway, with that being said, I think I'm gonna hop off for the night, guys. It's been a good day.
Stay blessed, man. And watch out for zombies.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I'll be watching out for them zombies because they're out there. I always thought that was
Good morning.
Yeah. All right, GBG, you're tagging in.
Good morning.
All right. See you guys.
Hey, this Christmas is gonna be wild.
Why do you say that, man?
Because they will have a comet in the sky. The Christmas comet.
And the last time there was some kind of shiny thing in the sky, a whole bunch of weird stuff happened and the world changed a lot.
Yeah.
Now, let me quit. Gotta be careful when that stuff happens around Christmas.
True.
We see three wise guys walking around doing stuff, we might start to get a little bit more suspicious. Like, what y'all doing? Never mind. Speaking of sky stuff, isn't there some kind of magician who's claiming he's going to make the sun disappear or something?
No, but something interesting that I came across. The sun was, I think, about a month late. So the sun was still in the constellation of Virgo. It came into this constellation on the 23rd September, if I'm right. And it was supposed to get out in 17 October, something like that. But it lasted a lot more, and I think until December now. And now they are showing it in constellation of Ficus. I saw a video made by someone, but I still need to verify a little bit more about that video. It was very interesting. Mic check. phone off?
We can hear you, man.
Yeah, I thought my phone went off.
Hey, you're good. I'm just tired. I'm gonna have to leave soon myself. I'm finishing up doing some research before I do that.
I went to the politics and Matthew Not Learns is in there and he's very, very boring.
That's normal.
He was talking with a guy who was not a flat earther, but not going along with globe either also. And Matthew Learns actually asked him something like, when the guy told him that perpendiculars to horizontal are actually parallel, then Matthew Learns classified him as a globe denier. So his mind is very fascinating. I think he's eating from McDonald's, you know. I just saw a funny video with rats, lab rats, where these so-called scientists, they fed a rat with good healthy food, normal food, and the other rat, they fed him with food which is very much like human food, but fast food, palm oil, uh, all these bad fats, burgers, you know, and those rats showed signs of dementia when they were thrown in a bath with a little spot like like a little island. The healthy rats were swimming straight to that, and they were climbing up. But those rats which were being fed with fast food, human fast food, they were not capable to actually swim towards that island and climb. They were swimming crazy without a direction. That's how I perceive Matthew Not Learns. No matter how much you struggle with him, um, he doesn't want to get it. That's how hard this doctrine is in his mind. Yeah, it's weekend. It's been a good week. Another one passed. We're still here. We're saying we are waiting for the globe proof, but this is actually some sort of slight self-lying to ourselves, just to give a little bit of credit to these globers. We already know that there is no globe evidence. And any attempts to manufacture such evidence is very obvious. The method pops up into your eyes straight away. So if they use fisheye lenses, yeah, we will quickly see in that image that there are no straight lines, which is weird because in real world there are many straight lines. Yeah, good night, Adam.
I'm about to head out, man. I'm about to log off. I hope all is well with you, bro. You stay blessed. And watch out for zombies.
Yeah, they can't do anything.
They're just everywhere, fussing, doing their zombie thing. Anyway, stay blessed, man. You have a good night.
You too, you too. Thank you. Ah, yeah, there is a trend now on TikTok. I mean, at least in this part of Romania, um, we have Moldova. It's a country which was taken from Romania. Those are Romanians, actually, but anyway. The Soviet Union actually acted like erasing their identity to these people, to this nation, new formed nation. Um, they are very naive now, and there is a big organization um, running over there, and it's called the Creative Society. Maybe you guys have heard of it, because it's not from Moldova originally, but it's a movement of very weird, wicked, pseudo-scientist clowns, which they make these documentaries where they take some stuff from this climate change globalists narrative, but they also blame them, the globalists, and these guys with the climate change, like they are calling them pseudo-scientists, you know. But they do take their claims and they say that we have to be united people to unite, come to power, and actually solve these problems. You know, like the fake problems which these climate change globalists are pushing, they are taking them and they want to be the ones who actually save mankind from those issues, pollution, destruction of the planet. Bullshit. And now they are saying that the lava from the earth is building up pressure, and it's pushing so hard on the crust that they say there will be volcanoes, explosions everywhere, and it's gonna erupt and destroy the world, humanity, and everything. Like, they are shit pants scared. These people, I mean, I saw quite a few of them on TikTok, and yeah, vast majority of them are women, you know, and they are very afraid. Yeah, I'm actually glad that they are afraid of such stupid, idiotic ideas. Or, because I can't call them things. They're not real. But one of them were proposing some sort of controlled uh, pressure release. So that's like detonating a huge bomb uh, in a volcano and make it erupt and um, release all that underground pressure of the planet. Like, oh my god, where these people's mind is running, going. I when I hear them, I feel like I'm looking at people running naked on the street. That's how I feel about them. At some point, she was saying that there is microplastic in the waters of the ocean, and ocean water evaporates, and this microplastic is raining down on us now with every rain, and like they should be using filters to filter all that evaporating water. But when she was talking about the filters, it was like she was referring filters that we use in homes to filter water. And yeah, that's something I understand. It's plumbing, and uh, it's real stuff, but it's local. That filter is not gonna filter the whole all the water in the ocean. And I asked that lady, like, do you realize that you cannot use a filter to actually filter the evaporating waters of the ocean? And also, she has no proof that that microplastic is actually getting into the air through evaporation of water. But yeah, it was. She was often invoking. Well, you see, these scientists are saying the data is showing to the scientists, blah blah. But she was explaining. She was not revealing any data. I can hear about this data being mentioned, like in every article, every story, every news on the TV and stuff, but you never actually get to see it. It's just like something that a fairy tale said, you know. Well, good night, guys. Catch you later.
You.